from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh. 4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Madhouse. Congrats, Pirate, on being first. I see there's a fierce competition this morning. So here we are, hump day. Morning for most of you, afternoon for me. And now let's join Discord for a bit. Let's see. Looks like we already have Pirate in here, so. Good morning, Pirate. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Morning.
Oh, morning. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing this morning? Or this afternoon for you?
Good. I've been very busy day, but all but one meeting to go, so.
Nice. We've had like record rainfall here. I know Papa Mac mentioned that he was expecting 8 inches of snow last night, so I guess there was a big weather front that moved through the United States. We won't see the snow, obviously it's too warm here, but it started raining last night about 7:30 or 8 o'clock. And it hasn't stopped. It didn't even briefly let up, and it just now quit. So that's 12 hours, 13 hours of nonstop heavy rain. It's crazy because I put a pump in the pool yesterday, pump all the water out of it. And I looked in there this morning and it's already like a foot deep again. Crazy stuff.
Don't really know what to expect with the weather, so just have to
The
adapt.
good news is I did not get to hang out with the fellas on Papa Mac's stream yesterday. I barely made it for closing power hour. I think I made the last 2 hours or something. And I was afraid that I was going to miss out on your stream today. But now that all this weather's here, I get what they call a rain day in construction, so I get to fuck off and hang out with you guys.
By the way, because I see, well, for BNS, he was fighting you for first, but to be honest, I see Tubby 1208 as second, exactly. And BNS third.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Yeah, I was like, well, BNS wasn't even in the race. He was still his car was still on the trailer while we were going around the track. He just likes to bump his gums. That's all. Tubby was the one I was worried about. I saw Tubby pop up and I'm like, ooh. Wasn't sure, so I had to wait for your confirmation.
Yeah. So, but talking about that, let's see who we have here in that early in the day. So, of course, we have the one and only Pirate, Tubby, which came in second, BNS in third. Then we have Whitey. Anyone else? Swifty, morning. Richard, morning. Maze and Bluetooth, welcome. And I think that's about it for now.
You only got 9 for the first few minutes here this morning, but you got 9 troublemakers, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, good that there's not that many other people around to suffer.
Right. You're all the evil. That's always been one of my favorite little internet comments. That he woke up and chose violence. I've never heard that in my entire life. There have been so many things that, I'd like to think I'm pretty well read as far as even the classics and even popular modern books. But there's been a whole a great new grouping, if you will, of new phrases that come out of the internet. And some of them are really creative. Yeah, Maze, perfect pirate crew. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. You're talking about troublemakers. Somebody mentioned something yesterday. I got interrupted. I think it was Highway Frog, my buddy, the asphalt amphibian, the truck driver from Canada, talking about Canadian flag and his American flag, and I was quick to remind him. I said, "Look, you guys, Canada's just like our little brother from the United States." And I was sharing stories about how some of the worst fist fights I'd ever been in were with my brothers. So it's not uncommon for siblings to have a little battle royale from time to time. Everybody else better just leave us alone, though. That's the way I look at it.
By the way, I was trying to have a look before starting the stream to see if there's anything on X, like anything big happening or stuff like that. Not really much, like no activity, no news, no nothing. It's I don't know what's happening. I just see a lot of really old posts that are getting reposted, but not a lot of new content. So I don't know. From the troublemakers you have here, do you have any news? I don't know, anything worth sharing?
I know the current chatter is still centered around Doge and Elon Musk, particularly shutting down all these government agencies. No surprise, the more digging they find, the more digging they do, the more fraud, waste, and abuse that they're uncovering. I've said it before, but it's worth repeating. This thing has exceeded what any rational person would have guessed. I mean, everybody's, for generations we've grown up saying, yeah, our government fucks us and we're being cheated. But I don't think anyone, even the most jaded anti-government person, ever really believed that it was happening at the level in which it's going on. So that's still really the focus of the news over here. And then what's happening, Preacher, is we're getting the blowback. All of the people, as you can imagine, all of the people who received these funds, the people who were getting Social Security on the scam, the people who had these no-show government jobs, or, even if they showed up periodically just, for the, perfunctory office visit one day a week or something. The simple fact of the matter is that it's all being revealed. And the people who are funding that, the people like myself who've actually had to work, actually produce something of value, and then pay heavy taxes on it, they're furious. Just people are furious. I don't know if the government even, and I say government, I mean Trump and Musk, I don't even know if they are fully aware of the growing contempt. It's reaching like dangerous levels in some circles. The whole idea that there's people out there who, had homes taken away from them from non-payment of taxes, or people who've been struggling, and the government's been just so heavily reaching into everybody's paycheck, and then that money ultimately went towards all this foolishness. It was hard enough for people to swallow under the guise of, well, this is the price you pay to have roads and bridges and an army and a navy. And it's like, okay, it sucks, but I got to pay my share. But when you find out that it was for this kind of shit,
yep,
people are just livid, man, and it's just getting worse.
Look, that's why, and it goes for most governments, and like that I'm sure over 90% of all governments in the world, they want full transparency into your lives, how every penny gets spent or what you're using it
Right.
on, but nothing on
Right.
that,
Yeah.
nothing on their side.
Yeah. There's an increasing call for a rebate, or people are saying, I want some of my money back. Like they haven't really pinned a number to it yet, but it started out with, well, maybe this year we'll all just refuse to pay our taxes. We'll just give ourselves a year off. Like, if you had this kind of an abundance of money from us, we're just going to go ahead and skip a year, and you can just go ahead and get by on what you've already stolen from us, and then next year we'll talk about paying taxes again. Of course, it's all just hyperbolic chatter. And then I saw a few other groups on Twitter and X advocating for a fixed number. There were two rumors, one of which, I don't know who wrote this. It's certainly not my own work, and I don't want people to think I'm plagiarizing another, so this is not mine. But they said that they want to calculate the level of theft, and then the rebate to American taxpayers should be commensurate with the amount of money that was stolen, the extra. So like a pro rata or a ratio. And then I heard somebody else posted it. Somebody was the first one I saw throw a number out that said they want $8,000 per citizen given back. Now, it sounds to me like that's just a number somebody pulled out of their ass. But more importantly than the actual number is the fact that people are demanding, I want my money back, or at least part of it. And it's going to be interesting going forward, because I don't think anybody's going to jail over this. They should. I mean, this was a crime. This was the largest, in my opinion, this was the largest financial crime in human history. There's no two ways around it. We're talking about trillions with a T, and the average dumbass doesn't even know what $1 trillion looks like. You'd have to sit down for about 10 minutes and explain to most people what a trillion really represents. We're talking about trillions of dollars worth of theft, and it's not just the Democrats. It's Republicans too, and then on top of that, it's multinational. This thing was, the American public was being ass raped, and a lot of it was going all around the world, and it wasn't even doing good. It wasn't feeding some poor kid in Haiti. It was making another bureaucrat rich. So it'll be really interesting going forward to see if they can't get arrest and bring criminal charges and punish somebody. You would think that at least there would be an attempt made to claw back some of the money or seize some of the property these people spent this on or what have you. Called a lot of this early on. I said that when this whole thing first started, that there was going to be a mass effort made for people to hide money, and it would appear that I was accurate.
Well, it's unfortunate, but it's also at least good that it's happening what it's happening, because it could have just continued. And the thing is,
at least people know now.
Yeah,
at least it's out in the open.
What I can tell you from experience, because I've seen this happening in Romania growing up, is that these guys, once they know how to continue holding power, like they can manipulate votes or just steal votes, like have crowds of people just vote multiple times because nobody's checking them, they just get more and more brave on this type of shit, like
emboldened.
Exactly. Yeah. Like they steal stuff, they spend these amounts of money in face of everyone because they don't care anymore, because they can't be touched, because they've done it so much that it's just second nature for them. So it's good that this is what happened, even if it is so late and after so many years, but it's still a good change of pace. And another positive thing is that they weren't able to push the CBDCs that they wanted to have. So basically to give up on all hard cash, like coins and bills, and to have it all electronic, because then they could control everything, and then they would really have the Chinese wall where they see everything you do and you see nothing of what they do. So.
Mrs. Pirate made almost the exact same comment that you just shared last night, not almost word for word. She pointed out that back in the day when I was still running my business, the big business, we had given company credit cards, and there were only three to the one of my general manager and then two foremen. And one of the foremen, we found out, was stealing. Mrs. Pirate, for whatever reason, and she was my secretary. She was going through paying all the bills, and as she was paying one of the credit card bills, it was used for fuel. It was just a fuel card. It was only good for gasoline and diesel fuel. For whatever reason, she happened to glance at the timestamp on it, and it was like 11:30 at night. And of course, she's not a dumbass. She's like, well, we don't do business at 11:30 at night. What the fuck was he doing filling up a dump truck with gasoline at 11 o'clock at night? Her next line item was the same card. Within 3 minutes, pumped another $50. So it looked like two trucks were filled up at midnight. She's like, who in the fuck? So I'll save you the story. He was stealing gas. He was using the card to fill up his own personal vehicles, which is obviously just pure theft. And I called him in, and he didn't even deny it right off the bat. And he was caught stealing. I said, hey, why the two transactions? He's like, I filled up my friend's car too. The dude didn't even deny it. I'm like, let me get this straight. You stole a tank of gas for your car, and then you just told your friend, pull up here, I'll fill you up too? And he was like, yeah. I said, how long have you done this, and how much do you owe me? And he's like, you have to figure that out yourself. I'm like, well, I should have sent him to jail, but I was like, well, you're obviously fired, and you're not getting your last check. So if you want to fight me over that, I'll see you in fucking court. And Mrs. Pirate went back and started to review some of the records, and she found several. And finally, I told her, just stop looking. I don't even want to know how much this fucking guy stole from me, because for me, I was personally wounded because I treated him like a friend. I mean, I'll save you the rest of the story, but his family came into town on vacation, and I literally put his family up at my home so that they didn't have to stay at a hotel. They could enjoy a lifestyle that they weren't used to. But at any rate, she said that was the point. She said, this is how this started. She said sometime in the past, he needed some gasoline. So he just used his company credit card. It was probably during the daytime, maybe a weekend when we weren't working. And she said, because we've never tracked it, we didn't go back, because it'd be real easy. All you have to do is say, we only work Monday through Friday. So there's no reason for anybody to have charges on the weekend or late at night. But we just assumed it was to my disadvantage. I assumed that my guys were honest. And she said he probably used it once in a pinch and then nothing came of it. And then sometime down the road, he said, I'm going to try this again. Well, once you realize that nobody's checking, then that greed thing kicks in. And I got free gasoline. I can literally fucking just steal a tank of gas a week and nobody's going to know. And I think that's what these politicians have done. It's kind of like what you said. Once they realize they can do it and get away with it, they become more emboldened. And here we are.
Yep. My kids just got back home from kindergarten, so I'll be a bit unmuted when things settle down.
No, it's good, man. It's all good. No worries. Break Nation said, I find it funny that the whole left is against this, even though it's not just the Democrats, people that are going after it. Yeah, Break Nation, I went on a Twitter rant that was my theme. Why are the Democrats not against this? And the answer is self-evident, my friend. Most of them benefited from it. See, the people who don't want it to stop they're winning. It works for them. I wouldn't want it to stop either. I mean, come on, I'm a pirate. If I was, let's say, for instance, I was getting $1,000 a month in a Social Security check because I faked some sort of disability, and it was good for life, you think I'd want that shit to stop? So I get it, but again, it's like a shoplifter or a thief or a bank robber. The fact that they want it to continue is immaterial. I mean, but yeah. So I even posted something that said essentially, if you're not sure who's involved in all this, just find out look for the ones who are screaming the loudest about Musk it's a coup, or Musk doesn't have the authority to do this. I'm like, do you really give two grizzly shits whether he has the authority or not? The guy's literally telling you they're stealing from you, and that they're living the lives of the rich and famous off the backs of a poor working dude. And I don't know where politics comes into play, but it does if you're living the life of the rich and famous, and that's what it's all about. It was a two-factored thing, Break Nation. It was not only were they benefiting from it, but equally as important, they were using the funds to remain in power. It was like Preacher just said, when people who are in power want to, they'll do anything to remain there. So an example of that was when they take money from U.S. aid, they use it for Politico, which is really a propaganda arm. And then the Politico goes about the work of making sure that they're sending out information that sways voters to vote exclusively Democrat. So it's like an insurance policy. Think about FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, when he was doing the scam that he did. He was smart enough to send some of that money to Democratic politicians and some Republicans, so that in the eventuality that when he was caught, he had an insurance policy, and it worked fabulously for him. I know he was convicted. I know he's doing time, but he's going to be out pretty soon. Watch, mark my word. So it's the same thing. It's that whole thing of, I'm going to steal $1 million, but I'm going to kick some of it back to the politicians so that they'll play along. And all the politician wants is to get reelected. 99% of these politicians, I think J.D. Vance is different. I think Trump is different. They're just built different. They work different. They're built different. But the average politician, Republican alike, all they want is to stay in power. They want to walk the halls of power, strut around like a big fucking rooster, like they're the team captain, and they'll do anything to continue that. But yeah, a lot of this money, it went to two places. It either ended up in a crooked politician's pocket, or it went to an organization that would keep the crooked politician in power. Pretty nasty shit, man. To think that they used, like I go out and break my knuckles, I earn $1, the government takes 30 cents in taxes. They give it to an organization that literally works against me at the ballot box. That's nasty shit, man. That's some next level evil. Like, to use my own tax dollars to circumvent my vote. To be like, okay, he's a Republican conservative. we're going to give this money to Politico, and they'll put out some hit pieces against whoever his chosen candidate is. We're going to make sure that Pirate's candidate doesn't get elected, and we're going to use Pirate's money to do it. Like, oh, you dirty, nasty motherfucker. Dirty, nasty. But Donkey Kong put a comment in. I guess it was about the story about the thief that worked for me. He said that sucks, Pirate. He fucked himself, Kong, because I treated the guy almost like a son. I mean, I really did. I treated him like family, and he would have been a lifelong friend of mine. You know, it's like anything, and not that everything's about money, but it could have came to this point where someday he might have needed somebody to lean on for maybe some financial support, perhaps to like get his own business off the ground, or come somebody to go to in a real time of need, and I could have been there for him. And then he sacrificed all that for what? Some free fucking gasoline for him and his friends. I mean, some people ain't too goddamn smart. Yeah, look, man, I've been through worse. All it did was, I'll be honest with you, Kong, that was one of the ones that drove the nail in the coffin for me when I was getting close to selling the business. Because, you know, you when you build something, it's like a child. It's like you give birth to a baby and you raise it up, and you make it young and healthy, and then you want it to be strong, and then it gets there, and then the business becomes something. And when even though you walk away with it with this incredible amount of money, there's an emotional thing about giving up something that you built. Those kind of activities helped me a lot. I'm like, yeah, it wasn't always fucking rosy. You know, I don't have to deal with this kind of shit anymore. I beg your pardon. I should have muted myself. He said, if it was a good friend in a pinch, couldn't he have just asked you to borrow 50 for a tank? Yeah, shit, man. Yeah, Nation, all he had to do, he didn't even have to ask. All he needed to do was walk in on Monday morning, walk up to my truck, and be like, morning, man. I'd be like, morning. Hey, listen, man, I was drunk as fuck Friday night. I was coming home. My tank was on E. I just want you to know I used a company credit card. I know I shouldn't have. I know it's against the rules, but just take it out of my check Friday or whatever. And I've been like, well, God damn, dude, I'll tell you what, man, I'll take it out of your next 4 checks, but don't do this shit no more. We'll just take it, you know, I'll take $10 out a week. It could have been that simple, man. But what happened was he didn't do that, and greed kicked in, and he said to himself, I have a source here for some free gasoline, and that works for me. And unfortunate, yeah. Yeah, he says, what an idiot. That's why, Break Nation, that's why I'm kind of a hard man. When I see people, especially middle-aged or older men who are really like fucked up financially, I don't immediately assume that the world was just bad to them. I'm not like a bleeding heart guy, or, oh my God, you know, your life is shit. But it's not your fault. It's because of taxes or government or evil business owner or the rich. I don't do that. Most of the time, my initial question is, what did you do to fuck your own life up? Because more often than not, that's where the truth lies. "25 minutes till the opening bell." We'll see what Wednesday brings us. Yeah, these politicians have some of them have enjoyed this for the better part of their lives. Some of these guys come right out of college as young men and women, went straight to work for the government in some little meaningless job, and just kind of work their way up. That's kind of how the system works. Is one one politician times out, dies, or retires, those jobs are coveted. It's all that. That's what they spend most of their career jockeying to see who's going to get their boss's job when he leaves. And they've never worked. And that's another thing. That's why we desperately need term limits or need real strict oversight. Somebody was crying the blues on X last night about how she just lost her job, that she worked in the Environmental Protection Agency, and then within the course of 12 hours, she's out of a job. And it was like, I have a house and car payments. Like all the rest of us don't have a house payment and car payments. She acted like she was immune to that. And somebody just laid into her ass and said, did you think getting a government job was an annuity? And for those of you who don't know what an annuity is, it's you put a bunch of money in the bank and then you draw off of it for the rest of your life. And he just asked her, he's like, did you think that your government job was some sort of an annuity? And unfortunately, that's what they believe. That they think getting hired is the hardest part. If you can just get on with the federal government, you're set for life, because it's kind of true. And all that money was just coming on the 1st and the 15th of every month for the rest of their days, regardless of what they do. And it was impossible to fire people. And now all of that's up, and it's incredible to see them all running around with their hair on fire about, what am I going to do? I got bills. I'm like, when they killed the Keystone Pipeline, the very day that Joseph Biden took the presidency, he shut down the Keystone Pipeline in order to appease all the Green New Deal and the environmentalists. Thousands of people lost their jobs. Pipe fitters, anybody who worked in the oil field, those people lost their jobs. And they literally came out and told all of them, learn to code or go pick up a new skill and all that. Nobody gave a shit about those people. They didn't care about their car payments or their kids' college tuition. But now it's them. It's always about whose ox is gored. Now that it's them, that now all of a sudden we're all supposed to care. Everybody's supposed to be like, oh my God, we got to do something to help these people. Well, fuck you. Somebody put some photographs out of a bunch of people doing a protest in New York City. All the people, it's reaching critical mass. The people are protesting the Trump president, all this stuff. I'm like, it shouldn't surprise anybody that New York City is up in arms. It's a shithole. New York City is the fucking septic tank of the United States. It's just one giant cesspool full of, Democratic and liberal takers. And most of them have in some way or another benefit from big government and all this scam that's going on. So yeah, they don't want to see it stop. I think my all-time favorite, at least currently, my front runner for the favorite whiner complainers are the foreign governments. I saw somebody on here from Ireland, fucking Ireland of all places. It was Scotland or Ireland. It was either Scotland or Ireland. I'm going to say Ireland, screaming about how Trump needs to be dealt with. He needs to be taken down. I'm like, who in the fuck are you in Ireland to worry about the United States? I'm like, again, there was somebody who probably got their money cut off. And I'm like, it's just beautiful when I see all these little countries all around the globe who are screaming bloody murder because the working people of the United States aren't subsidizing their lifestyle anymore. And here's my question. I'm going to go ahead and piss off some people from other countries here, but where's your pride? Don't you have any source of self-respect? Or any self-respect or pride? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like a street beggar. Oh, thank you. Can I have some more, please? Please, Mr. United States, can you give us money? I'm like, look, did it ever dawn on you just to stand on your own 2 feet, take care of your own shit? But the very minute the money's cut off, we're a bunch of evil pricks in the United States. It makes me want to puke. Donkey Kong says the governor of Massachusetts has bragged she stopped 2 separate pipelines from coming into Massachusetts. Now she's complaining about high natural gas. Exactly, Kong. Their ability for self-harm is boundless. I'm telling you, man, they shoot themselves in the foot all the time and then run around playing the victim as a result. Morning, Dynamite.
Okay, I'm back for now. For now, things settle down a bit. So I hope no more screaming in the area. And Pirate, going back to this ex-employee of yours that was stealing fuel, I wouldn't be surprised if he would even go at the gas station, you know, from time to time and like, hey, you wanna, let's say, fill up your tank and you'll pay me like what, 80%, 50% of that.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Half off. Fill your tank up for $50 and just give me $25 cash. Oh, I'm certain of it. Yeah. I took the opportunity while you were gone to motherfuck all the countries around the world besides the United States. It's my opinion that a lot of these little countries around the world were involved in this too. All this theft of American tax dollars. Unfortunately, the poor people of those countries probably didn't receive any of that money, but almost certainly these government leaders that are all up in arms. I was talking specifically about Ireland, screaming, you know, Trump is evil, he needs to be deposed and all this other shit. I'm like, you know, again, why are you coming to the United States and begging for money to begin with? Now, I'm sure that a lot of people would make the argument, well, the United States robs those countries of their resources. I'm like, I don't think we rob them. If Ireland wants to sell, I don't even know what the fuck Ireland sells, peat moss and fucking, I don't know, Irish whiskey into the United States, and we buy it, well, then that's a business transaction. But I'm unaware that we're stealing any resources from Ireland. But almost certainly, the American taxpayer, the working man, is getting robbed because the money's flowing into these little countries and into the pockets of these foreign dignitaries. A perfect example of it is I think everybody's talking about support Ukraine. I guess they said that no fewer than 3 or 4 of their high-ranking military officials, generals in their army, own mansions in the United States. How do you think that happened? How the fuck does some guy...
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
And this, I'm not going to give any names, but someone I know directly, personally, was telling me, because he was doing trips to Ukraine to, like, he was apparently still doing some kind of businesses with them. It was profitable, whatever. And he was saying that he has an acquaintance, some general from Ukraine, who asked him for help. He had like 24 or 27 million dollars he needed to get out of Ukraine.
Yeah. Absolutely.
$20+ million to get out of Ukraine. And he was saying like, yeah, it's like, well, if I'm helping him, I'm asking for 10% tax or whatever. It's like, it's, where is that money coming from? You know, you're thinking, because all those donations, they didn't go to the...
It came from the UPS driver, our friend in here who drives a UPS truck for 50 hours a week. And it came out of his paycheck in the form of a federal tax. He busts his ass all day long, driving around like a maniac, delivering people's Amazon boxes to their door. He gets his paycheck on a Friday. They fucking reach into it and rip about a third of it out, or even a fourth, 25%. Do you know how many UPS drivers it takes to make $20 million in taxes? I mean, it's like taking all of the money from every truck driver that works for UPS and sending it to the Ukraine. Not to the Ukrainian people, to fucking one crooked general.
Yeah. So
that's some evil shit, man. Evil shit.
Those that are complaining because the spring has dried out and they're not getting their dirty money anymore.
Yep, exactly. Precisely. Yep.
slightly different topic, but also related to trading and stuff like this. It would be very good if you guys in US would figure out a way to ship stuff internationally for much cheaper. And where this came from, my stupid reason, but my mouse, it has some rubber on the sides, and I have it for so long that I just melted through the rubber, and I'm holding plastic, and I wanted to buy, apparently there's some straps that, look, I don't want to buy a new one, right? Why buy new if it still works, if I can
You just want to fix it.
Yeah. And there's only 2 products that I can buy in Poland, right? And it's like over $25 for those fucking rubber, like there's some rubber straps, right, cut to the required shape. But like almost a bit over double that amount, you can buy a completely new mouse. So it makes no fucking sense to pay that much for that thing. I found it in China on AliExpress for like $2.50. So like 10% of what I would pay, less than 10% of what I would pay in Poland, right? And I was thinking, why can't we get stuff? Because I know every time I wanted to get something from US, the shipping costs are crazy. So it would be something to have, like, to organize shipment, to optimize it to the level where it's not a showstopper to get stuff from the US. And to give you an example, computer parts
That's all about fuel. That's all about fuel.
Yeah.
That's all about fuel.
But somehow the Chinese can do it. That's the thing.
Let me allow me a little latitude on this story, and I'll wrap it up towards the end. Let's just say I'm particularly well off in life, and you're struggling, and you and I are really good friends. And it comes to my knowledge that you need a vehicle. You don't have the ability to get to work, to feed the wife and kids because your vehicle's down and it's not recoverable. Which would be better? Would it make more sense for me to give you my vehicle? Like, say, here, I got my vehicle. I got one here that's really nice. I've taken good care of it. Go ahead and take this one, preacher. I'm going to help you out, and we'll figure out, how you pay for it later. But just go ahead and take that. Or would I be better off just to give you $20,000 to go buy a car? Which one's better for me, the benefactor? And the reason I ask that is because when we were talking about Ukraine. Ask yourself why, if they needed our help, if they're our friend, and we wanted to help them in this battle against Russia, why, if they needed, for instance, tanks and artillery pieces, you don't think the United States has acres and acres and acres of weapons? We do. And they're fine. I'm not talking about some worn out, rusty shit like the Russians have. We got nice stuff that's barely been used, like brand new, never had a fucking bullet fired out of it. Why wouldn't we just provide you with those in the same fashion that I would give you the used car? Well, the answer is self-evident. There's no room for grift. See, if we want to help Zelensky out and we deliver him 1,000 Abrams tanks and 1,000 F-16 planes, there's no room in that for people to fucking rob and steal. What if you're a general in Ukraine, what are you going to do with a fucking tank? But if we send you a big fat check, if I send Mrs. Pirate over there with a briefcase full of fucking money and say, here, this is from the American people, buy some tanks and planes, now we got to get horse race. See, because now all that money doesn't go for tanks and planes. See, it's all about we're helping fight Russia. But what it's really about is that fucking money. So it's the same thing. Like if I found out you needed a car and we're friends with Ukraine, I'm like, look, preacher, I'm going to give you a car. You're like, no, I don't need, I just need the money, pirate. Just send me 20 grand. I'll buy a vehicle. I'm like, nah, I don't feel comfortable with that. But look, I'm going to hook you up, brother. I'm just going to bring you a car. I'll have it dropped off tomorrow.
Yeah. What I wanted to answer to that, but
with
I
the
know
weapons,
that,
with the weapons.
Yeah, I know that's not an option, but what I would answer to that is that if those are the 2 options, take your friend to a dealership and let him, tell him this is your budget, choose a car, right? And you pay for it on the spot.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's even better, better. Yeah. You and I walk it. I'll just be like, look, preacher, I'm not even going to go, but just go over, find you a car dealership in Poland, go in there, pick out a bottom entry level car, the cheapest reliable car you can, and call me and let me know what the bill is.
Yeah.
And then done. I'll pay for it. You're right. Same thing. They don't even want to do that because there's no room in that. Because what you really want to do is you want to buy a piece of shit car that barely runs the road, and you want to pocket the rest of the money.
Yeah. That's why there were, they weren't spoken about, but there's other countries in Europe that were just shipping by train military equipment,
Yep.
They were saying,
Yeah,
we donated this much, but it's this many, trucks, this many tanks, this many
hard goods. The hard goods.
Yeah, exactly. Weapons, the rockets, the everything that they shipped over.
Yeah, troop carriers, ammunition. Yeah, exactly.
And for example, when the whole thing started with Ukraine, the Polish people, like as a people, not as a government, were the ones who were the most helpful for the Ukrainians. People were organizing in droves. They were clearing out their guest room to prepare it for people coming in. They were gathering food. They were, getting money and
for refugees
and everything. Trucks and trucks and trucks were going to the border just to give them food and, clothes and everything else they would have need. I heard from people that were going, they were waiting hours just to get through the border because it was all full of like minivans and trucks full of stuff that was going in from Poland, from stuff that they gathered from people. But that's not making a profit for the guys over there. So that's why Zelensky was always going and asking for money, not for clothes, not for food, not for tanks. So it was always money that he was asking for.
I'm particularly interested here lately in the fact that he's gotten so nasty with his comments towards the United States. He's become really emboldened now that it's painfully aware that there's no more money coming his way. Now he's making all sorts of demands that Trump is not allowed to. He said something to the effect that Trump shouldn't be allowed to talk to Putin. I'm like, what makes some little tiny leader from a little tiny country think that he can tell the most powerful leader in the world who he can or cannot have communications with? It's incredibly arrogant to say. I mean, the hubris of that. Pride, they say pride goeth before the fall. I'm like, well, first of all, if the money was still flowing to Zelensky, he wouldn't care how many meetings that Trump had with Putin. But now the money's cut off. He's like, oh, how dare he talk to Putin without me being in the room? We should all be in the room. I'm like, motherfucker, you're just a little pawn in this game. See, that's another thing. He thinks he is a king on this chessboard. Zelensky and Ukraine, they're not even a bishop or a rook on this chessboard. They are a fucking pawn. Fortunately, a lot of people forget their place in life sometimes. They get confused. Like the Canadians censor content. He forgets censor content. Forgets sometimes that Canadians they forget their place. I hope you're listening to censor content. You're not our equal. You know that, right? You're our little brother. Just be thankful that you're our little brother. I have an incendiary comment to make, or an explosive comment, and I'm curious to see how you react to it, preacher. I'm wondering, and I'm not sure, I haven't made up my mind yet, but is it possible that the world would benefit right now if the United States would just make peace with Russia? And I haven't decided yet, but my entire life, I'm 59 years old, my entire life I've been told that the Russians are trying to kill me, the Russians are trying to destroy me, the Russians are trying to take over the world, the Russians are going to drop nuclear bombs on me. And because of it, my country has spent a ridiculous amount of money in Europe and other places. I'm wondering if the world wouldn't be a better place if maybe we could just make peace with the Russian people. Maybe not Putin himself, but the Russian people could become, what if we became allies with Russia? For starters, if the alternative is they link up with China, how's that good for the world? China's bad. I don't care what anybody says. China is the threat to world peace, not Russia. China. So if America refuses to have good terms and good relations with Russia, doesn't that drive Russia into the arms of Xi Jinping? You got Xi Jinping over there like, come on, Russia, I'll be your friend. We can rule the world together. So if you put Russia and China together, the rest of the planet is fucking done. So I would argue that isn't it possible that the world would be better if the United States made some sort of an alliance or a partnership with Russia? What do you think about that?
Well,
oh, he may be tending to the children.
no, it's I'm here just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no
I don't know
worries.
how much you've interacted with normal Russian people, and I'm not talking here about the few expats that left Russia to live somewhere else, but like those that are still there.
Zero. I have none. I've never interacted with a single Russian.
Because to give you an example, what I've heard from people, old people in Romania, and people, people that were here in Poland, when they were both countries invaded, the Russians are freaking savages. All the soldiers that were coming in, they were just savages. Like at least with the Germans, you kind of knew what to expect. Because they
I'm
were
well aware of
strict
the
and
history
stuff
of the history of World War II was that people would surrender en masse to the Americans. They're like, please let us surrender to you. Please let us surrender to you, because they knew that the Russians were brutal, and I get that.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think the Russian people would match with the US in any way, to be honest.
Values.
I was watching a while back, not a documentary, but I think on YouTube, kind of an explanation of what the normal Russian people thinks like, and there's such a strange mix of religion, fanatism, fucking brutality, and like just disregard of human life and stuff like that. And one of the things that are mentioned in there is that every leader that Russia ever had, well, at least in the last few centuries, was a traitor. So it's always the next guy coming up finds, gets under the wing of the guy on top, finds a way to get rid of him, calls him a traitor, and then they kill him or incarcerate him or whatever.
Right.
But there's no democracy, there's no election, and the people, like the Russian people, I don't think they would accept even Putin. Like if Putin, especially after all these years, if you would say, yeah, we're gonna have a peace agreement with US, we're gonna be brother and sister, we're gonna be like the superpower of the world combined, the Russian people are not going to accept it. They're not going to stand behind Putin, because for them, a leader has to be like, how to call it, like better than everything, put there in place by God. Everything he says is basically, as if God himself spoke. Everything he says is right and correct. So, there's no right and wrong. There's only the choices that their leader makes, and things like this. It's such a strange psychology that they have, that they're not compatible with anyone else, and the way they think is not. You can't encounter it anywhere else in the world. It's just incompatible with anything, to be honest.
I just wonder if I don't mean to imply that we could become like best friends. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if we could have like normalized relations. Let's just say, as opposed to becoming. Let's just say if we stop being bitter enemies. When I say we, I mean the United States versus Russia. Instead of being bitter enemies, let's just say we have what they call normalized relations, where we can have better trade. We're not openly hostile. We're not under this constant threat of I'll attack you and you can attack me. You can live next to a neighbor and not have weekends and cookouts all the time. You can just have like a reasonable relationship. You're neither friend nor enemy. And I was just wondering if the world might be a better place if we could establish something with Russia, where, even if you take Cuba, for instance, the people of Cuba they live in conditions that are incredibly horrible compared to what they could be if we had favorable relationships with Russia. The reason Cuba is ostracized from the United States, it's not because of the Cuban people, it's because of communism in Russia. So just Cuba alone could become the Hawaii of this part of the world. If you just had better relations. So my whole thing was, and somebody else said earlier that keep your enemies closer, your friends close, but your enemies closer. I'm like, if you had normalized relations with the Russians, if America had normalized relations, and the average Russians had a better life, like they didn't have bread lines, if their economy rebounded, if they benefited from open trade, wouldn't eventually the mass people, the vast majority of the people say, hey, our lives are better, because of this? And then wouldn't that lead to some sort of change? Maybe even see them get away from communism and lean towards capitalism?
I doubt it. Look, in theory, in Russia, there's a democracy, in theory, because practice is something completely different.
Yeah, it's theoretical, yeah.
Look, I don't know. I don't think in the last few years, especially since I saw that video, things have changed that much in Russia, if at all. So for me, if like Putin would come out tomorrow and say, yeah, we're going to be buddies with US, like not, give them everything or whatever, but we're going to make peace and whatever, I'm sure people would see it as a weakness from Putin's side, and they would they might revolt.
Until they started eating better.
That doesn't matter to them. Like,
really?
That does not matter to them.
I didn't know that.
It's kidding. Like, people at this level, because I've been there, I'm talking about this because I've been there. That's what they're used to.
Right on. Yeah.
You can throw money
I
at them.
That. I always respect somebody who has real time, real life experiences, because they usually have 1,000 times more knowledge than someone who's just read books and things. So I respect you for that.
Yeah. The thing is, with people like this, you can throw at them a bucket of money. They're going to take it. They're going to get wasted for a week, and they're going to get straight back to where they started. They're not going to change their life. They're not going to see it as a positive. They're going to, they're going to find
the world. So we have no choice in the matter. You just let them become a trading partner. They'll just have ever stronger relations with China, communist China. China wasn't always communist. The communists took over China. So what you're going to have is China, North Korea, and Russia. All of them are going to be buddy, what they are now, but and their relationships will grow stronger. The rest of the world will be left outside of that, because the way they run their governments is the polar opposite of what the democratic nations want, and I don't know how that's better for the world. Seems like shrewd, smart people would find a way to interrupt that and break up that unholy alliance. And the only way you can break up an unholy alliance like that is to make one of those people a trading partner with the United States. And it seems to me like you're not going to get it from China. China is an adversary to us. They're a hostile trading partner. North Korea doesn't trade with us at all. But it seems to me like the weakest link in that would be Russia. And if we can make any kind of efforts to try to make our relationship with Russia at least tenable, if you could make them, maybe you could bribe Russia, maybe the United States, instead of wasting all this money around the world, if you could, but you've already addressed that. You said no bucket of money is going to make them alter their activities.
You would need to have very drastic change. So you would need to have someone who's in charge. So the way Putin is right now, so the person at the head being willing for this. Yep. And then you would need to have drastic changes in the country, meaning you bring in infrastructure.
Walmarts. I'm going to put Walmarts. I was going to put a Walmart in Moscow. I was going to put a Walmart in
Moscow
Red Square.
Moscow is pretty.
And then it'll provide jobs. Right? We're going to hire Russians to work at the Walmart. We're going to have
that's the thing. If you're going to just address the already most developed areas, you're not going to change the rest of the world, right? You need to address how the rest of Russia lives, aside from the big centers, right?
So I need to put a super Walmart in the Balkans.
Well, you would need to have some kind of structure everywhere. You would need to have roads built, proper buildings, proper, sewage system, improve the education, improve the food, do something about all the alcoholism, like everybody's drinking there and stuff like that. You would need to basically change everything, right? So that would take someone who's not just like, let's have kind of a peace and we're kind of supporting each other or whatever. We're not going to get in each other's way. That's one thing, but they're going to keep on doing their thing. Or as the other part, if you really want to change it and you want to say, we're partners and we're working together, you kind of have to go in there and improve their lives drastically and make it stick, not just throw money at them, because we already discussed that topic.
Yeah, exactly. You have to improve their lives, and that's kind of the whole win their hearts and lives thing. So I guess my argument is it the carrot or the stick? Do we spend money there to try to make their lives better? Because we're spending the money anyhow on weapons, the whole NATO and all that shit. Like, so it's either we buy weapons or maybe we build them some Walmarts. I guess the third option is just do nothing. Just ignore Russia like a petulant child and say, we don't care what you do. You go play with Chinese, go play with the Chinese, go play with North Korea. We don't care. But the minute they step out of line, you just whack them. Maybe that's the answer.
Look, I don't know what the answer is, but the thing is, even if you're willing to help them and you come to an agreement or something, you need to also know that, you know, I was telling you already, everyone that came to power in Russia came by overthrowing the previous guy. So there's a lot of, a lot of, you know, double-sided deals and stuff like that.
So you don't ever see a time where you could make the guy who's in power change. Like, you don't see, like, for instance, Putin's been in power. He's an ex-KGB guy. I mean, the dude's he's a murderer. He's a fucking real life fucking secret agent killer. You don't think you could take a guy like him and say, listen, you know, you can go down in history as the guy who brought Russia into the golden age, and you can do it now with food instead of bullets. You don't think that possibility ever exists?
I doubt it. I'm not saying, because, you know, never say never, but I doubt it.
Right.
And look, you know the memes with the tea, right? With Putin, where he has guests somewhere and nobody's drinking the tea because he poisoned multiple guys with, you know, tea and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So that's why there's so many, you know, like, he might say one thing, but then, you know, he's gonna play nice guy for a while, and the moment it suits him, or, you know, China pays him more, whatever, where it makes sense for him to turn on you, he's gonna turn on you. That's it. So there's, from my side, that would be.
Well, listen, I know everybody's probably eager for us to take the conversation in a different direction, but and we can do this all day. But I think it's important at this point in the conversation for me to point out that I think it's well established. I'm no peacenik. I'm no long-haired hippie. I'm no, you know, I'm not a pacifist. I've been a fucking warrior my entire life. But warriors hate war more than anyone, because they're the ones that end up with no fucking legs. And that's my point, is I'm just tired of the endless wars. I've been hearing about it since I was fucking 8 years old. In the United States, when you go to school, preacher, in our age, in the late 60s and 70s, we used to have these bombing drills where they would tell all the kids the teacher was like, okay, kids, we're going to have a drill now. In the event of an emergency, the emergency was like an atomic attack from Russia. Everybody go out into the hallway, line up in the hallways, because they thought the hallway somehow or another was stronger than the rest of the building. Sit on the ground and put your head between your knees, or get on the ground and get under your desk, like some cheap wobbly desk was going to save you in the event of a fucking nuclear bomb. Can you imagine the psychological damage that does to young children? You know, what you're telling them from their most early ages is that you're under a threat of any moment having an imminent explosion and having their lives ended. And it's like, that weighs on a person. And I look back on it now at 59 and I go, I am so tired of all of it. It's a constant, never-ending thing of kill the other guy because he's trying to kill you. And at some point, somebody has to say, if we're going to make the world better, that's what everybody says. Everybody claims they want the world better for their children. They look at their little boys and their little girls, and they say, I love my children more than anything, and I just want the world to be better. And then that's where we're all the same. Russians, Chinese, North Koreans, everybody says they want the best for their little kids. Then the question becomes, well, the way I make it best for my little kids is for me to kill the Russian little kids. And it's like, at some point, if we really want the world to be a better place, can we stop with the whole, I'm going to fucking kill everybody who disagrees with me?
Hey, Pirate.
I guess. Yeah, man.
Now, like in the 80s, like you were saying, I remember hiding under the desk with my head on my knees, arms over my head. Now, my children are not doing that. They're doing it from terrorism here, with people shooting up schools. The drills that my 8-year-old kid has to do at school, and he comes home and tells us about the bad guys and drills, That's depressing as a parent. So
Yep.
it's
Yeah.
switched
Yeah.
from worrying about Russia to worrying about terrorists in our
shooters.
own society.
Right.
Yep. And those kids shouldn't have to do with that shit either. So unfortunately, our world's just too fucked up, and it ain't gonna change anytime soon.
Well, it might change soon. Like, I don't know. I do wanna believe that with this icy actions, moving. I think some changes coming and happening, and I know a lot of it.
Well, when
I just wanted to say, like, I know that a lot of school shootings are just from kids that have been maybe bullied and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that at some point this will change as well. But because I do believe.
well, there's a problem with mental health in the United States, and people aren't willing to fix that. Costs money. It'd be nice if money was diverted from other things into the things that actually need it.
Yeah. Look, you need a bit of an overhaul in education, and one of the main factors, right? Because I've seen a lot of stories about this, where kids have been bullied for a long time, and then they, get their hands on a gun and start shooting people. And a lot of times you hear that, they were bullied, they were speaking out to the teachers, to the principal, and nobody did anything, right? So we kind of need this to change, I think, in schools there. If this is happening, if bullying is a thing, you should have adults.
I argue that a lot of that goes back to parenting, though. Everyone wants to blame it on teachers or these anti-bullying policies. I'm like, at some point, people have to take responsibility for their own child. If your child is a bully at school, you're the problem. Even the bully. If a kid has a bullying tendencies, if he's acting on some deep-seated, maybe there's this natural phenomenon that young boys, as they become, their hormones start to kick in, and they want to start challenging others, like two bulls in a pasture, to establish dominancy or hierarchy on who's the pecking order of life. All those things are natural, but we're not animals. We were supposed to have evolved to the point where as a society, we've achieved a level above the animals. And if a child isn't able to rein in those tendencies, that's a failure of parenting. We're back to the whole thing. I'd say if you go back and look, a lot of this I think stems from the whole hippie culture of free love, the destruction of the nuclear family. We're back to that again, to where girls get knocked up, they have a baby, they don't have a father in the home that instills discipline. Everyone knows women aren't necessarily they're not naturally set up to be the disciplinarian. They're normally the nurturer, the caregiver, the one who breastfeeds and takes care of boo-boos. It usually falls to the men to instill the disciplines. Well, if you remove the man from the home, the child is denied that education of discipline. So then now you got a kid that's going to be, I would argue, he could be more likely to become a problem as far as bullying and all that. So a lot of this comes back down again to the straying away from a nuclear family, and this whole thing of everybody can just have this hookup culture where you just fuck whoever you want, and girls can have as many babies as they want. There's no father in the home, and then you end up with these little wild Indians in these school systems. I get it. Wild Indians is I guess I'm going to get canceled for using that. When I was growing up, that was a little terminology that we used for somebody we used to say off the reservation, meaning they're running buck wild. I'm sure that's for many people that'd be considered a slur. So, take it in the spirit of which it was given, just a colloquialism from my youth.
Yep. Look,
I'll give you an example, and it's not that I'm like perfect or the god of parenting, but neither of my children, but neither one of my two boys would ever participate in any sort of bullying activity. They weren't raised that way. They were trained. You train a child just like you would a dog or a horse. Children are just a reflection of what they're taught. So these kids that you see on these videos, they're in school beating the hell out of somebody, and there's always a theme to it too. They're never equally matched. When you look at some of these bullying videos or these beatdown bullying videos, almost every single time they pick someone that they know that they're physically and mentally superior. They've sized them up and they go, this person is an easy target. Very, very rarely do they pick someone and say, this is my match. This guy's the same weight, height, and equally strong, and this will be, I'll do battle with him. No, it's always the cowardly little pricks that pick someone else. Sometimes it's a special needs children or someone who's diminutive in stature or what have you. And then they become some sort of a human punching bag. And it's like you said, then after a couple of years of that, the kid shows up with a gun he got out of his dad's closet and blasts the hell out of everybody in the hallway. And everybody scratches their head and says, how did this happen? I don't understand. Like, well, you got to be a dumbass if you don't understand how that happened. Tell you guys a story to help with some content. I don't know. I don't think I ever told this. I might have told the story once on Casey's channel, but it's worth repeating. I'm a very successful man. I've never, I love to brag on myself. It's a sin. I know it's a poor character flaw, but it's just who I am. I love to boast. And as a consequence, I've told everybody on here how I'm like the greatest thing since sliced bread. But there was a time when I was a child coming from my humble beginnings where I was brutalized in school. And it got to the point where I took my dad's service revolver. My dad had two guns. He had two pistols. He was a cop, and he had his regular revolver, and he had a backup gun. Very rarely carried his backup gun. It was a 38 snub-nosed revolver. And I swear to you, on my children's life, this is a true story. I had enough one day. I was probably 11 years old. 11 now. 12 maybe. And he kept the gun in a desk, a wooden desk drawer. And I was like, that's it. And it was always loaded. It was a revolver, 6 rounds, 38. And I said, I'm going to kill that son of a bitch today. And I took the gun out and I put it in my gym bag and I carried it to school. And if my bully was going to get on me at the bus stop, I was going to kill him right there at the bus stop. He didn't ride the bus that day. I can't even remember if he showed up to school. But all I remember is I went to school and I thought, what am I going to do with this gun? If I get caught with it, I'm going to be in trouble. So I hid it in a gym locker. At that time, we had a gym locker that we had separate lockers. We had lockers in the gymnasium for just the boys. I hid it there. And I even showed a friend of mine. We were at gym class when we were done. And I can't remember how the conversation started. The guy's name was Todd. I'm not going to give you his last name. But I told my friend, I said, I'm going to kill Todd today. He said, what? I said, yeah, I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. I'm done being beat by him. And he's like, what do you mean you're going to kill him? And I unzipped the gym bag and opened it up. And my friend looked at me and his eyes got as big as dinner plates. He's like, holy shit, you got a gun. And I go, you goddamn right I do. I'm going to shoot him right in the fucking face today. And I meant it. To my friend's credit, he never snitched, man. He never said a word. I thought for sure. I don't know if, looking back on it, I don't know if I was looking for my friend to maybe rat me out. To maybe secretly I thought that he would go tell on me and they would come get me and then they would stop me. Hang on for a second. I'll be right back. I've got to interrupt. Mrs. Pirate said there's a light on in my truck. I guess I failed to close the door last night. She mentioned it with all the battery problems I'm having. But at any rate, to continue my story, I thought, maybe looking back on it, I thought that my friend would go and intervene and that maybe that was reaching out for help. But for whatever reason, the Todd, the dude here, my Mark, he wasn't there that day. For whatever reason, the gods they just smiled on him. He didn't show up. Now, I don't know if I would have acted but my theory was the guy brutalized me every day. Today's the day that it ends. And for whatever reason, he wasn't there that day. Now, if he had showed up and maybe he didn't, bully me, would I have still acted? I can't tell you. I'm just telling you a true story that I was going to smoke this dude at 12 years old. I wasn't some 19-year-old kid. I mean, and I thought, and I look back on it and I go, think about all the lives that would have been ruined. And that's an example. And I think I told that story once before. The end of the day came. I went to the locker room. I put the gun back in the gym bag. I carried it back home. I put it back in to my dad's dresser. My dad died when my dad left this world. He never knew. He never had any idea all this went down. And I never spoke of it. I didn't talk about it for many years. I guess I thought that somehow or another the statute of limitations may not have run out, and somehow or another it might come back to haunt me. And it's not something that you want to brag about. But, like I said, I'm 59 years old. I've achieved everything I wanted to do in my life, so I no longer concern myself about what people think of me, or how, maybe, oh my God, if they find out that I was going to kill a guy in high school, I might not get a job. I'm just sharing it with you guys. It's a real life story about something that went down, and that's how close it came. So when I hear these stories about somebody going in and shooting up a school, now I can't get my head around that, the whole shooting up the whole school thing. That's a different story. But the idea that someone would finally reach their breaking point from a bully and say, I don't care what happens to me, this stops today. And more importantly, in your young, naive state, you say to yourself, the only way it'll stop is if I kill this person. And that's the true story, folks. That's exactly the way it went. Mm-hmm. So when I hear talk of bullying in schools and all of that, I know one thing. The guy that was my problem, he came from a shitty family, and now that I look back on it, it was probably a reflection of all of that. But if you want to stop it, you got to ask, why is it happening to begin with? And I've said that many times. I don't think any kid out there, even the mass shooters, I don't think that, now I might be wrong on this, I'm not a child psychologist, I have no education in these things. Maybe there is the rare occasion where, I don't know, somebody plays too many violent video games and they go in and just shoot the place up. But I would argue, based on my life, that more often than not, it's someone who has a grievance, and it goes beyond just somebody maybe making a joke about, the fact that they got a lazy eye or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things in today's world that are against the nuclear family that, and there's so much negative outcome from this. It's like not having a father in the family is driving to so many negatives. It's just crazy.
Exactly. And that was that kid. I have to step away. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope you step back in 4, because I'll be gone in 4 minutes for a meeting. Welcome, Audiitis, to the Discord. But yeah, I've been through the same bullying. Well, not maybe the same, but I've been bullied as well as a kid. And well, luckily for me, there were no guns anywhere around that I could get my hands on, so I had to resort to fists and knees. But yeah, that was one day when all the bullying stopped. And I know, well, probably Pirate's not hearing me, so maybe it's better that he doesn't, but I know he doesn't believe in God. But I also have a saying that nothing's a coincidence, nothing happens without a reason. Because if, let's say, his bully would be in school that day, Pirate's life would be ruined, his family's life would be ruined, and everything that he has would not have come to pass. Nowadays there would be the people that are renting from Pirate, who knows in what situation they would be. So there's so many things out there that you on the spot you have no idea why things happen the way they happen. But it sometimes takes years for you to see, well, if things would have happened the way I wanted it, I wouldn't be where I am today. So yeah. But yeah, Tech, I saw your comment, same here. I mean, I think I never thought about taking someone's life, but I did kick a few asses. With taking my own life, I think I gave up that idea when I was 6 or 7. So when I was around 7, I said, fuck everything, I'm gonna show you what I can do. And that was about when I stopped thinking about ending myself. Well, coming back a bit to AMC before I have to drop off in a minute. Quite a dip we have, so down over 4% this morning. So I will see how the day progresses. And one mention I actually wanted to raise. Apparently, there's been some very good animated movie coming out of China. I don't know if I'm hoping, because if it's that good, I'm hoping it's going to be in AMC theaters as well to let us enjoy some of that income. But I don't know when this came out, but apparently it already amassed like 1.7 billion, for like it's the highest grossing animated movie ever, and it's called Neza 2. So NE, one word, another word, ZHA, and the number 2. So who knows, like if maybe it's gonna be dubbed or subtitled and put in US cinemas. I mean, from my point of view, I don't really care. It comes out of China. If it can help AMC make money, I'm all for it. So yeah, I don't know if any of you have any news about this, if it's gonna reach AMC screens as well, feel free to share. BNS, I'm not sure who you're asking if it has regards, but on my side, no. Like, I've made mistakes and I've learned from them, and at the end of the day, every path or choice I made or I took, it brought me to where I am now. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Okay guys, I need to jump off for a meeting, so I'll get back to you soon. Cheers.
Good morning, creature. Can you hear me? Our preacher took off. Okay, if anyone's listening, I got a funny story from high school about bullying. There was this one guy who, his name was Eric, and he was a little skinny kid, and he had ears that just stuck straight out. And he took so much abuse in school, it was shocking. He was constantly getting biffed. You know, when somebody comes up from behind and they just flick your ear, and he was just, I really felt bad for the kid. I was raised in a kind of violent household, but my parents always told me, my mom especially, never gang up on somebody, never pick on people. Don't be that person that, you know, beating someone down when they're already beat. Don't kick somebody when they're down, basically. And then years later, I run into that kid. And that kid was a man. And he was a huge man. He looked like something out of the WWE. I didn't even know who he was. I just noticed this really massive dude with ears sticking straight out. And he had a huge smile on his face. He ran right up to me, gave me a big hug, grabbed me and said, "Freddie, I'll never forget, you were the only one that treated me like a normal person while I was in high school." And man, let me tell you something, was I happy. Because he, like I said, he was something like out of the WWE. So I was very grateful I listened to my parents on don't bully, don't gang up on people. That's one bully story I got.
What's up, Badon?
Good morning. What's happening? I'm trying to figure out this Discord thing. I'm still kind of lost. Good morning.
Well, dude.
How are you, Audio?
Doing good, man. Doing good. What's the Discord challenge you're dealing with there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's my old age. I need my daughter to do everything for me when it comes to anything on the internet. I jumped in right as Preacher bounced out.
Yeah, the meeting. He had the meeting run too. He'll be back. Pirate's busy for a minute too. A little quiet this morning.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm back.
What do you think of that price action today?
Yeah, quite a push down. Which is a bit strange because usually in the beginning, like, well, actually no, it's not the beginning of the week. It's just my first day streaming this week. Yeah, like trying to go towards max pain already on a Wednesday, that's a bit strange. Usually it's Thursday, Friday, not. It feels like somebody's in trouble.
I think we're going to go back up again. I think this is just a momentary setback, yeah. But definitely they like to test out their algos and see if they're working.
I'm back, gentlemen. Sorry about the abrupt departure. This is Pirate come out. It's like first thing in the morning. I haven't finished my fucking coffee yet. She doesn't even normally get up this early. She comes walking out for whatever reason because she was going to the bathroom and she glanced out the front window of our house. And my pickup truck, if any of you guys are familiar with trucks, they have a little called a cargo light. It's on the back of the bed. And when you open the door, when your interior light comes on, that cargo light comes on as well. She comes in, she's like, I hate to tell you this, but the light's on in your truck. And if you've been keeping up with it, I've been having troubles with the alternator and dead batteries, and leaving the family broke down on the side of the road. I'm like, God damn it, it's first thing in the fucking morning. And I immediately thought that I'm having more electrical gremlins. So I jumped up and ran out there. And god damn it, my son left the fucking door of the truck open. Yesterday when I'd come home from my adventures, I had a battery charger and an air compressor in the back of the truck, and I was out of steam when I come home. And I said, hey, before you guys do your video games, whatever, unload those tools from that truck for me. Well, apparently they waited till the last minute, and when it started raining last night, they were like, oh fuck, the old man's tools are getting wet. So they ran out real quick, unloaded the battery charger and the air compressor. I could tell they were in a hurry because they left the tailgate down. But in the middle of all that, I guess they'd moved the truck too. It was in the middle of the driveway. They moved it to its proper parking spot. But for whatever reason, when he got out of the truck, he didn't close the door with authority. I'm like, look, it's an old truck. You can't just kind of walk away from it and lazily just kind of close it. You got to close it with some, I'm not saying slam it to where the glass breaks, but in their hurry, and I guess it was starting to rain on them, so they didn't want to get rained on. I walked out there just now after she brought it to my attention, and the fucking door's a half-inch open. I'm like, you fucking people are killing me, man. You're fucking killing me here. I'm really trying hard with this goddamn truck, and you're not helping me. But my initial panic was that somehow or another I hadn't finished with the electrical problems. So a little bit of anxiety kicked in, but I was quickly relieved to see that no, some dumbass just didn't close the door. And then obviously I needed to know if it killed the batteries or not. So I took the keys out and she started up. I'm like, fuck man, it's not even fucking 9 o'clock and here we go. Did I miss anything fun while I was gone? Anything exciting? No.
I was telling a bully story, an old bully story, how not bullying someone actually probably saved my life. A kid in high school that was viciously bullied. I never gave him a hard time because my parents, raised me, even though I come from kind of what you would say a violent household. My parents told me don't gang up on people, don't be that one, don't kick somebody when they're down. And this one kid who took so much abuse with his big ears, I ended up running into him years later, and he was like something out of the WWE. He was like 6'4", and he was jacked to the max. And like I said, he looked like a freak of nature. And I didn't even know who he was. He was so big. And I think he took all that pain that he took, and I think he went to the gym and he was obviously on the
focused it into building himself.
Yeah, and he seen me right away. He knew who I was, and he come up, gave me a big hug, and said, you're one of the few people that didn't give me a hard time and stuff. And I was thinking, oh, thank God, because he was a monster. Nobody biffs his ears anymore, I'll tell you that much. My son, when he was in high school, he had gang problems in his school, and he had one kid who cut a piece of his ear off, the outer part of his ear. He came home, and it was, if you take like your finger and you run it around the edge of your ear there, all the way down to the lobe, it was like probably like a 2 or 3 inch piece of his ear that was cut off. Not off, it was hanging off. It looked like a piece of jewelry hanging off the side of his ear. And I went in and had somebody sew the thing back on, and then that night I ended up running into the main kid and another kid that did the damage to him. And that was the last time they ever bothered my son. And both of those kids ended up going to prison afterwards. And this is real life. Real life city stuff. It's not. It's not like what you see on TV. When you
exactly. It's not TV.
Yeah, it's the real deal. Like some people think they see stuff about the FBI and all this stuff on TV, and they think it's just TV. But no, this is stuff that people deal with every single day in the city.
Sometimes it's worse in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, talk to a cop. Your dad was a cop. He knows. If you talk to any cop in the city, and they can tell you some really nightmare situations, stuff they can't even do anything about too. That's out of their reach. But the world's a scary place.
Petro said, Pirate, you should get stock in a battery company. Yeah, we're going to have some remedial training here today. We're going to call it, I'm going to conduct a class on closing doors. It seems like I spend a disproportionate amount of my fucking time walking through the kitchen. I'm closing goddamn cabinet doors. I don't know what this concept is of opening a cabinet door, taking a glass or a plate out, and just fucking walking away while the cabinet's hanging open. Yesterday, I told everybody that my ice machine had frozen over because somebody didn't close. Our ice machine is at the bottom of the refrigerator. The freezer's at the bottom, and when you open that drawer up, there's a part of that is compartmentalized into an ice machine. It has two sizes cubes. It has little drink cubes, and it has bigger cubes. Somebody left the goddamn freezer door open an inch, and all of that ice melted. Then apparently someone else had discovered it and closed it. So when it refroze, it just froze as a monolithic block. So Mrs. Power had to open the fucking freezer, take both of the blocks of ice out. Now we got zero ice, and you know I love my ice water because somebody couldn't close the fucking door. I can't tell you how many times I found the refrigerator open, where they open the refrigerator, they get a glass of milk out, and then they just lazily, I guess they think it's just going to miracle itself closed, or they just kind of give it a little half-ass push. I'm like, close it with some authority, and until you hear the click and know that. I'm like, so apparently I got one student, the one that's going to go to law school on tuition, or excuse me, on scholarship, mind you. He's that fucking smart. I've got another one that's a commercial pilot, and I'm going to have to teach these little fuckers how to close goddamn doors.
Ari, let me ask you something. Do you think you had kind of a rough childhood?
Yeah, man, I had it pretty tough.
So does that mean, like, I mean, I had a rough childhood too. So, and I always thought, you know, someday I'm going to have my own kids, and I'm going to treat them different from what my parents treated me. And now, let me tell you something. I think I spoiled the shit out of my kids, and I don't think it really. Yep. It didn't show too much on my two oldest boys. They're okay. They could have done better.
I'm guilty of that.
My little one, who I let my wife run the show on my youngest, and she's like a sparkling star. She's my gem.
Yeah. My favorite story to tell about my youth was that I ate dog food. I was so hungry. I'll save you the long story, but the truth of the matter is that it was either the only way I could kill the hunger pangs before I went to bed was that we had there was always a bag of dry dog food in a closet for some hunting dogs that my dad had, hounds, beagle hounds, and I would sneak a double handful of dog food to my bedroom, and I would eat the dry dog food in order not to be hungry. It doesn't matter. The point is, I can tell you this: my children have never had to eat dog food. My children have never gone to bed a single fucking day without a full belly. But it doesn't matter, you know. Every man should make his children's life better than their own. But yeah, I'm guilty of letting them get away probably with more than I should have. But my wife was in an effort to make a most wonderful childhood. She grew up disadvantaged, is the nicest way I can put it. And she wanted our children to have everything that she was denied. But part of that was that she didn't. We had some, to put it mildly, some disagreements on how hard we should be on them. And there was a time where it kind of led to some civil unrest in our family. And at some point in time, I thought, well, it's not worth the battle anymore. We'll just let it go. So, yep. And Nana, it's not about IQ and common sense. It's about lethargy and laziness that just, you know, or sometimes an eagerness to get back to a video game. Like, oh my God, we got to go unload the tools out of the old man's truck. So we're going to have to quit playing Call of Duty for 3 minutes. Oh my God. So it's a giant mad fucking rush to hurry as fast as you can to get back to the goddamn video game. And instead of going about their task with a full heart and completing it 100%, it's just slam bam. And then in the interim, you end up with a fucking truck door that's open on a night where we had 12 hours of fucking rain. Yeah, they have no shortage of common sense. It's all about attention to detail, and more importantly, being focused on what you're doing. Instead of being preoccupied with getting back to something else you'd much rather be doing. Times approaching exponentially faster, where they'll have to stand on their own, at least mine. There's going to come a time when I will leave this mortal plane and they won't be able to come in and just say, my car won't start. And they'll have to figure out that maybe it's because they left their headlights on. And maybe if they have to go ahead and buy the batteries and they have to go ahead and fix it, that maybe in the future they'll start paying a little more attention to some of those things. So I guess to some extent I'm responsible for creating an atmosphere where if they can fuck up some of this shit, they don't pay the price for it. But it happens for every man. There'll come a time when they no longer have me to backstop them. Oh, I'll be your daddy, Nana. Petra says she watched a show last night that talks about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and how you should never use technology as your first source of a dopamine drop. Well, what we should do, Petra, and what we do are two different things. I'm supposed to watch my weight, and I'm not supposed to eat high cholesterol foods. And what we're supposed to do and what we do sometimes are two different things. Whitey says it sounds so dirty when he said it. Good, Whitey, that's exactly how it was supposed to sound. Jack says, I wish my dad had showed me all the bills he had to pay back when I was getting my first job. Heck, I was slipping in school. He should have. Yeah. I saw a really funny, I guess TikTok or something. Some guys, I don't know if it was his wife or his kids, asked what they were getting for Valentine's Day. The idea was that somehow or another they were looking for what kind of gift they were going to get from him. So he went around with wrapping paper, and he put wrapping paper on the thermostat in the house. He's like, you like the air conditioning on? That's my gift. He put wrapping paper on, I put a big bow on the refrigerator. All the fucking food in this refrigerator, there's your gift. And it was kind of that theme of, you don't give me credit for all of the shit that I give to you every fucking day. Get off my back about the box of candy shit.
One summer I went to work with my natural dad, and he worked for a company that made women's sportswear in Boston, and it was basically a factory, and he was a patent cutter. And man, I worked one summer with him at 16, the whole summer, and I just looking at the place where my dad went to work every day and made money inside this factory, and knowing that like my friends were all out, enjoying their summer and getting tans and stuff like that. Just seeing the place that he actually showed up to every day just gave me a whole new respect for him as a person. He never complained about work. He complained about, not making enough money. That was probably it. He wished he made more money. But yeah, it kind of opened my eyes big time and made me respect him a lot more. But he was a weekend dad.
Bald eagle. We have a bald eagle circle in the backyard, and I think it's because I pumped the swimming pool out, and there's probably the smell. Bald eagles feed off of carrion, dead fish, and anything they can find. And there's a possibility that when I pumped all the water out of our pool, that it's giving off some sort of an aroma of dead animals. There's a big, beautiful, full-grown male bald eagle flying around the backyard. It's not uncommon that they fly past here, but it's very rare that they linger or circle. Just pointing that out to Mrs. Pirate so she could enjoy it for a moment. Yep, father time comes for all young men, I guess, and women too. Perfect example is, we can have anywhere from 5 to 6 cars. vehicles, or 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. You know, I'm paying the insurance on 5 fucking vehicles. It hits a man in the wallet. And young guys, somebody in here was talking about, our tech we love said when he was going through school, he didn't realize the bills that his father was paying for him. They know, I guess, like my boys know I'm paying it for them, but I don't know if it hits home on how much it is. Once they start getting into their working lives where they have to take those bills on themselves, it'll have a whole new meaning to them when they've got to do that, cut those checks for State Farm insurance and Geico Auto and all that shit. Go to the grocery store. I mean, perfect example is when Mrs. Pirate, she feeds us very well. We eat like kings around here, and they're accustomed to that. And the whole idea of, just loading up anything you want into a grocery cart because that's what your heart desires. It's always nice when it's on somebody else's nickel, but as soon as real life kicks in and somebody realizes they have to take their paycheck and start to decide what they're going to dedicate their money towards, all of a sudden those choices on, what's for dinner tonight, they might begin to alter those. But that's normal. It would appear that the rain is finally done here. We had at least 12 hours, maybe as much as 13 hours of uninterrupted heavy rain. I don't mean a little soft drizzling rain. I mean a hard pounding rain. Fortunately, there was no thunder and lightning in it, and there was no high winds. But man, there's a nose flood here.
But 17 degrees up in Boston.
We're getting another cold snap here. It's been beautiful for the last week, but since that snowstorm came through, but Mrs. Pirate told me that was a false spring, what they call a fake spring here. It's we're gonna have another cold snap. They're talking about something 37 degrees, I think, tonight, tomorrow, what have you, next couple of days. So we're back to the cold shit for a while. That's all right. That'll give me just the reason I need to stay inside.
I'll be heading down there Friday to go visit my daughter in Jupiter. Hang out there for 4 or 5 days.
One of the finest fishing boats in the world is made in Jupiter, Florida. It's called a Jupiter. And they're expensive. They're not an entry-level boat by any means. It's the kind of boat you'll see with 2 or 3 300 horsepower engines hanging off the back. Something that you can take out, 30 miles out into the Gulf of Mexico where the water's 300 foot deep. Get after those real big fish. Jupiter makes a fine boat.
Where the hell is the Gulf of Mexico?
Yep.
I have to see if I can find that on the map. Did you see Trump threw the reporter out of the White House meetings because she refuses to call it the Gulf of America?
Yeah. He's from the Associated Press. They're hostile. They're another one that they're not there just to report news unbiased. They were hostile to him when he was running for election. They're hostile to him now that he's in the office. And that man is not under any obligation to let anybody come into his home. He took her press credentials away and said, fuck them. They're not allowed on Air Force One, and they're not. And that's the way it should be. I'm like, and everybody's trying to paint him like somehow or another it's a way of censoring them. I'm like, no, it's a way of punishing somebody who's not affording you the level of respect that the office deserves.
Well, that's exactly what is it? His press secretary? Who's the woman who runs all the meetings? What's her position?
Press secretary.
She said it's a privilege. It's not a right. It's a privilege for you to come in here.
Exactly.
if you
It's
don't
an
want
honor.
to,
Something that looks, it should look good on your, it should look good on your resume. It's bragging rights. You're like, what do? You work for the Washington Post? Yeah, well, I'm at the White House. It's one of those things that should be an honor, and they don't see it that way. So,
well, we got something to smile about every day, Pirate.
yeah, he can burn the whole fucking thing to the ground, salt the earth as far as I'm concerned. NPR, National Public Radio, same thing. Tons of money from working Americans. And it'd be different if only the Democrat tax dollars went towards NPR, but it wasn't. It's Republican tax dollars. And then they're hostile to Republicans. I'm like, that's the same thing with all these. I read something last night that said the Anglo-Saxon, I don't know if I forget how they word it, but the whole concept of fairness, that we should treat each other equally and be fair in our dealings, that it's not embraced in all cultures of the world. There are some cultures who believe that it's dog eat dog. You should just shit on everybody else and win at any cost. But for whatever reason, right or wrong, in America, we have long held that you should operate on a sense of fairness, that no one should entitled to any more or any less than the next guy. We're all pretty much on a level playing field as far as opportunities. It doesn't mean that you are all guaranteed success, but we're all supposed to. But the same thing, you think the same thing would apply to these journalists, that they would be, that's fundamental. Their basic tenet would be, or goal should be fairness. Just present the news. Take the facts as they're presented you. And just, they should be nothing more than a recording device. Just a way to garner information, to find out what is happening, and then share that with the rest of the world. But somewhere along the line, these journalists have thought that they're somehow or another, it's their role to debate, or that they're supposed to influence policy, or they're supposed to point out what they perceive as flaws. I would argue that even if a president was if he was fucked up as a football bat, when did it become the role of a journalist to tell him that? That has nothing to do with journalism. They're not sent to Washington to be fact checkers or to point out mistakes. All they're supposed to do is bring the mistake to the American public and let us decide. But it's the same thing with these judges. It's all about this call to activism. The judges are the same as these journalists. They've twisted their roles and their responsibilities and their careers. They've somehow or another talked themselves into this idea that they're supposed to be there to make change. I'm like, who the fuck ever told you that? You're not. Same thing with a judge. Judge isn't there supposed to make change or be an activist. He's just supposed to rule on the law. The attorney general or the district attorneys, the prosecutors are supposed to bring forth a crime, and then the defense attorneys are supposed to put forward a well-reasoned and thought-out defense, showing that it wasn't a crime, and then the judge is just supposed to rule on that, rather based on the way the laws are written. But these judges think that somehow or another it's their role to try to manipulate society through their rulings, and the journalists are no different. As like I said, it's turned into a giant problem, and now that Trump is going about the difficult task of fixing it, he's like any other fixer. You got to get your hands dirty, you got to bloody your knuckles, and you got to get in and fix all the shit that everybody else has fucked up. And that's what he's doing. I'm eager to see the nation heal, folks. I'm tired of being angry. I'm tired of being mad. I'm tired of being pissed off all the time. I don't apologize for it because it's a natural reaction. In fact, I think the people who don't get pissed off are the ones that are like an ostrich with their head stuck in the sand. I mean, I wish I could just be one of those people that go, oh, it's all nice. It's just going to be rainbows and butterflies. I want it to be rainbows and butterflies. I want to have prosperity and peace and opportunity, and everybody's earning money and chasing their dreams. But for that to happen, all this other evil shit's got to stop. And like I said, I'm eager to have it finished up so that we can begin to come together as a country, and that decent, average, hardworking people can go about their lives without being hurt. We talked earlier about bullying. It's just the same thing. that, it's just another form of bullying where somebody who's in power or has a position of strength, the bully, takes advantage of somebody else who is weak or in a position of a submissive position that allows them to be easy prey. The difference is, instead of it being a psychological bullying or physical abuse, it's a financial thing. Yeah, preacher, come back when you can, buddy. Like the old saying goes, sometimes I say I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Just want to have some sort of peace. That's why I said oftentimes, if you'll notice on my Twitter feed, I take a lot of pictures of sunsets and sunrises. And that's what I want. I'm working towards that, where that's the focus, is the beautiful sunrise, the beautiful sunset, the occasional sailboat going by. That all this other shit can become so toxic that it just destroys your mental health on a day.
Just gonna try to get a
Eager to be me. Uh-oh, we got somebody's live.
That's me, Pirate.
I thought that was usually JJ the jet plane that goes live on walkouts. Is that you?
You were talking about
I guess it is.
boats going by, right?
Is yeah.
I know you like this stuff.
A lot of snow on the ground.
17 degrees, Pirate.
Sure. If all we saw was yep.
This moment of Zen is brought to you by Donkey Kong. Yes. Good, Pirate.
Oh, the only one can see it is me.
Oh, okay.
But you're not being transmitted. Doesn't work that. Your microphone is muted. There you go. For whatever reason, Kong, when you turn your camera on, for starters, Preacher's not here, so nobody can see it but me. But when you turn it on, Kong, it kills my comms. So nobody can hear. You essentially shut the stream down for like 4 minutes. I don't know why. You'll need to, if you're going to go live like that, you'll probably need to coordinate that with Preacher so he can feed it through. But when you go live, it takes up so much of the bandwidth, it kills all the comms.
Oh shit! Sorry.
I mean, it's always fun when we do the walkarounds if Preacher or whoever's running the stream can simulcast it through their computer for the rest of the class to enjoy. But if it's just for my edification, I'm the only one who can see it, and then on top of that, it kills the comms for the rest of the class. It's kind of a no-no. That was cool though. That was a giant ship. Was that Boston Harbor? Now we got nothing.
Yeah, Pirate. That goes out to Boston Harbor.
Yeah, it's cool stuff.
That's the bridge that went up every day when I try to go pick up my daughter from school when she was little.
Yeah,
I always get stuck at the bridge.
Ships can pass underneath. Yeah, I'm sure everyone would enjoy seeing that. We'll have to, next time you do that, we'll have to try to make sure that it's when Preacher or Papa Mac is able to simulcast it.
For some reason, the guys that end up getting these jobs that run the bridges are big drunks. Every now and then they got to go in and wake the guy up who's running the bridge.
Well, it's boredom. Just think about it. They don't get to do enough to keep them awake. Think about it. Your hair looks beautiful. Flipped through some of the Twitter feed this morning, and they got some dumbass named Robert Reich. I don't know why he keeps popping up on my feed. I probably need to block him because he's a hardcore liberal. I mean, he's just a fucking lunatic. But he went on a rant this morning about how the problem with Social Security is that they're not taking enough money from people. Like they got a cap on it that they only take so much for Social Security. And his solution was that wealthy people should pay even more into it. It's always the same with this fucking bunch. Take more from somebody else. Instead of looking and seeing why the machine's broken down, why the math in it doesn't work, where you take money from a guy's paycheck for 40 years and then it yields literally no interest, doesn't have any, it's not even in an interest bearing account. So it's already, at the mercy of inflation. And then they use that as a piggy bank to fund other government programs. And then everybody wonders why Social Security is insolvent. And instead of addressing the elephant room, the issues with that, this fucking giant mental midget, his idea is, we'll just take more from somebody else. It never ends with this bunch.
Pirate, just so you know, he's from Cambridge, Mass, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Yep.
He's
another Bernie Sanders.
You call him a mental midget,
but
he stands at 4 feet tall. If he's 4 feet tall. Yeah. But he used to be a big. I remember back in the '80s, he wrote a few books. He was, I was a union guy back in the day.
Yep.
And he was one of our heroes. It's funny how I've evolved as a person. As time goes on, and you realize that without big business, a lot of these people wouldn't have a job.
Yeah.
We need big business in this country. Without it, we're in trouble.
It takes a really good person to look at things in a holistic manner, as opposed to what benefits just them. See, all too often, most people formulate all their ideas, their beliefs about policy is centered around what's best for them. So if you're on the welfare dole, if you're the woman with 3 kids by 3 different men and not a single man working, like it's that whole bunch, well, then you're for welfare, because that's what works best for you. Now if you're the truck driver who's single, doesn't have any deductions, no deductions, you're young, and they're just fucking his eyeballs out on his withholding taxes and then giving it to the single mother, well, then you're against that. So what you need leaders who are wise and who are really truly looking out for the majority of the people, look out for what's good for everybody in a sense of what's fair. Not necessarily. See, that's a problem. Sometimes what's fair sometimes can be a little painful for some people. So you got to choose. Do you want what's fair And unfortunately, most people, and the politicians specifically, their need to remain in power, they'll just tell, it's red meat for their base. They just tell their voters, their constituents, whatever they want to hear. So if you're in an area that's largely dependent on, say, food stamp and welfare, then you don't even have a choice in the matter. You just say, you're a cheerleader. Yeah, more welfare, more food stamps, because that's what keeps you in your sweet cushy. Because without that, see, then he's got to go get a job as a truck driver. None of these fucks want to take a real job. Not a single one of them. That's one of my biggest pet peeves is the pay for all of these political positions should be commensurate with what their constituents have. So if you are a member of the House of Representative and you come from, someplace in Paducah, Kentucky, your pay should be whatever the average pay is for the guy in Paducah, Kentucky. That's what you should get paid. You shouldn't come out of Paducah, Kentucky, and then go to Washington and make $200,000 a year, knowing full well that nobody in the county that you come from makes that kind of money. Yep.
So I would
generally someone's their position in life and their philosophies are going to be based on what is best for them. Go ahead.
My question is, who is supposed to be watching this stuff, where this money's going? Is there anyone that's responsible that we can hold responsible for all the waste?
It's funny that you asked that. There's an agency called the GAO, the Government for Accountability. I don't know what the O stands for, but it was like Government Accountability Office. And there was actually a couple, but yeah, there were people like charged with this. That was their job, to make sure that everything was being done efficient. And then they just become part of the problem. It's the old joke about letting the fox guard the hen house. And here was my thing. A lot of them on the left right now are running around saying, well, this is why we don't need Doge. We don't need Musk to do this. We already have the GAO. I'm like, yeah, but for 30 years, the GAO hasn't done anything. Oh, now that Trump and Musk is in here cutting the fat, they're all eager to do their jobs now. I'm like, it's a little late for that, motherfucker. If you had done your goddamn job in the first place, Musk wouldn't be needed. But to answer your question, yes, and they weren't. They were sleeping at the switch, just like you talk about the bridge operator.
Hold on, Kyle. Before you say they're sleeping at the switch, hold on a minute. Either they're incompetent, which is sleeping at the switch, or they're negligent. And if you can prove negligence there, lock them up.
Yeah.
Lock them up. If you don't lock people up,
you can't lock people up for being negligent. You have to commit a crime to be locked up.
Yeah,
so
that's a crime. It's a crime.
It's not. It's not. I know it makes you angry, but being stupid isn't a crime.
No. That's different.
What it does is you have to fire them. That's the problem.
Negligent.
In the past, we couldn't fire.
Yeah. That's why I said it should be investigated. Who's ever in charge? And to me, can anyone be that stupid when you actually see why was it so easy for Elon to walk in there and find all of this corruption, all of this waste, all of this disgusting payments going to foreign countries for ridiculous things? Why was it so damn easy? And if he can do it, why couldn't the person in charge do it?
If your argument is that they were part of a fraud, then that is a crime. So you got to prove that they weren't just making a mistake, that they actually played a role in it because they benefited. And the way they do that is you have to have a forensic accountant go in, and you got to see that somewhere down the line, some of the money came back to them. That's the easiest way to show the criminality. If the guy did all this shit and just looked the other way, well, that's not really a crime. He's just a dumbass, and he should just be fired. But if you can prove that he looked the other way, and then say some of the money come back to the big guy, come back to him, now you got yourself a crime. So yeah.
Well, I know you've probably seen the same piece of footage that I did with Elon, with the president, where Elon says, we just like to look and investigate. We like to see where these people who are making, $175,000, but yet they're worth $5-6 million. We want to see how that came about. I think that's exactly what we should do. We should definitely investigate it. It needs to be looked at. Because if there's no consequences, it's just going to keep continuing.
It's a complicated subject. But one of the first things you could do is decide. The first thing you need to find out is if they were already wealthy before they went to Washington, then you probably don't have a leg to stand on there. For instance, John Kerry married into the Folgers Coffee Corporation. John Kerry, I think that's what it was. John Kerry's wife.
No,
he's
Heinz,
fabulously wealthy.
Heinz Company, the Heinz
Teresa
Heinz,
the Heinz ketchup. So same, regardless of what the product is.
Yep.
The point is, when he went to Washington, he was already rich as fuck because everybody likes ketchup. He didn't get rich fucking over Americans. He got rich because we like ketchup, and he married the bitch who his wife had the ketchup. So he's not that guy. He's a
good-looking guy.
So you got. I don't give a fuck what he looks like. So you got to figure out how many people went to who. You got to figure out how many people went to Washington, and that weren't rich. They don't have a logical explanation. They don't have the Heinz ketchup fortune behind them or something similar. That's where you'll find the criminality. The guy whose net worth was just, maybe he went to Washington and he had a little debt. He still had a house payment and a car payment and maybe some student loans. And then 6 years later, he's worth $6 million. Now you got something to look at. But you can't just automatically have a knee-jerk reaction, say, just because this guy holds a job that pays $100,000 a year and he's worth $10 million, there was a crime. No, that's silly. You can't. We don't want to be like the Democrats. You can't. It's not that simplistic. You got to start out and say, is there a logical reason why this person already has this money? But that's where it takes a good investigator, because you'll get a lot of these. That's where you get into that ticklish subject of, well, the Clintons got their money from speaking engagements. You're like, who the fuck pays $500,000 for a half-hour speech? That's a bribe. So but again, if you can find these people and do like I said, an accounting or an audit, and they can say, yeah, my family's fabulously rich. We've been in the oil business in Texas since the 1800s or whatever. Then that explains where their money came from. It doesn't mean that they're still not a crook. You got to find out if they're still getting bribes and all that. But the fastest way would be to screen out people, and it'd be really easy to do. That's what's going to happen with a lot of this fraud and relation abuse. The first step is finding out where the fraud is. Second step is finding out how much money was involved in each individual one. The third step is finding out how much of the money actually made it to feeding the poor little hungry kids in Haiti, and how much of it just ended up in the Clinton's pocket. And that's how you need to. It's like a 3-step process. It wouldn't be too hard. It would take some time, but it wouldn't be difficult. All you need is subpoena power. You need the ability to demand people produce documents, and it's like you would in any other criminal investigation, just like investigating the mob in Boston.
Well, I hope we see some of that.
I think a forensic accountant would find tons.
Yeah, Twisty Swifty is talking about the Elon Musk said he was going to ask President Trump about giving people a dividend for the money, the savings that they have. What do you feel about that, Pirate?
I think it's big rumors right now. People love to think that they got money coming to them. So there's no faster way for somebody on Twitter or X to get a whole bunch of clicks than to put out a post that said, I heard. Anytime I hear some shit like, I heard we're going to get a refund of $8,000 per person. Well, the first thing it does is it sounds all really cool and good because everybody does the math, and the idea that they're going to get $5,000 or $8,000 is, who doesn't like that? So my answer is, I see a lot of it is just clickbait. But what it does say is that there's a whole group of people out there who are asking for something back. They're asking for something. So in that regard, I'm hopeful that maybe there will be something, even if it's just tax relief going forward. My argument on all this is real simple. If there's this much waste involved in this system, then I don't need you to eliminate my income tax. Just cut it in half. If you've been fucking me this hard, then you're charging me too much. So I'm not going to be ridiculous and say, like all the other clickbaiters, let's just do away with income tax. Although I'm probably guilty of it. I've even saying I still believe we can get by without an income tax in the United States. But let's just say I'll meet you in the middle, dude. You've been fucking my eyes out on this. It's not fair. So here's what we're going to do. I'm giving you half of what I've been giving you. So just right across the board, everybody gets like a 50% fucking reduction. That in and of itself would be earth shattering. It would cause earthquakes in the economy. In a good way.
I don't like the idea of sending checks out, to be honest with you, because now I got a feeling that a lot of people getting checks will be layabouts and people who shouldn't be getting any money back. I'd rather see, like you say, give me a break in my taxes. People that are actually out there working their asses off, give them a break.
Yeah.
And fix the hole in the boat.
It's real simple. Listen, that's just not hard, man. If you didn't file any taxes, then you don't get to participate in it. You know.
There's so many scams out there, Pirate, where people who don't pay taxes, they're on the dole and they still go file taxes for something and they end up getting more money back.
Well, let's be clear. Break Nation says he'll take the $5,000, but it'd be irresponsible. The thing is, Break Nation, it doesn't have to be where they're going to mail out checks. What it can be as simple as is you don't have to pay next year. Let's say, for instance, next year I owe $10,000. Well, next year I'm only going to give them $5,000. That's still $5,000 my way. But that's different than saying the government has to write me a check for $5,000. So,
I know President Trump would love the idea of sending out something with his name on it, though, because he did it before, and he got a lot of cred from a lot of people.
Well, but that was a unique thing. When your government comes to you and tells you got to shut down your family restaurant because, public health. You're like, wait a minute, you're going to destroy me. Then the government can say, well, this is a unique circumstances for the good of the country. This is a disease that could wipe us all out. We're asking everybody to stay home. And because of this unique situation, we're going to give everybody, $5,000 or whatever. That's like a one-time event. It's like an emergency thing. But that's different. What I'm advocating for is saying, if there's this much waste in the system, then we're paying too much into it. So what we need to do is stop paying that extra in. And as far as what Break Nation Sports says, well, the country's in debt, that can be addressed. The first way you get out of debt is stop spending. You can't, if you have a family debt that's out of control, the first thing you do is take your wife's fucking credit card away from her. So if you want to handle the nation's debt, it's not goddamn rocket science. Stop spending.
It's worse than that, Pirate. It's stop spending on ridiculous things, what like this country has.
That's where
it's not like you're not even spending it on our own people. A lot of it goes to waste and fraud. It's just people getting checks. They don't even live in this country, and they know it, and they just continue on. They're happy with this status quo.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Disgusting.
So that's why you got this war, man. There's a big dust up right now, because there are people out there who never dreamed. So you got to understand something, Donkey Kong. There's people who literally thought they were set for life. I can't be more clear about this. If you got on to one of these fucking scam government jobs where your responsibilities were almost nothing, you didn't provide anything in way of value to the community. You just, all of that meant was you got a government ID. They gave you a direct deposit into your personal checking account on the 1st and the 15th. You got paid holidays. Not to mention all of those things. And then you got Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They made Social Security contributions for you so that down the road you can enjoy a Social Security check. You got to participate in these big golden fucking government retirements. All of that was at the expense of a taxpayer. So, and on top of that, you had a system that was almost impossible to get rid of somebody. It's just like teachers. You can have the shittiest teacher in the world, and it's almost impossible to get rid of them. Same thing with government employees. You can find out some of these government employees that the stories that are coming out from, there's some whistleblowers that are telling stories, you know, they're snitching on each other about some of the most ridiculous shit that these people are doing for years. It's like a fucking lifestyle. Everything from people showing up to work, clocking in, and then going and sleeping in their truck all day, playing video games all fucking day, and then after 20 or 30 years, they retire with a government check for the rest of their lives. So, you know, and the whole idea was that if you got in on that, you were set. You were never going to be Jeff Bezos or the richest man in the world, but you were going to live a life that was middle class or better, and you weren't going to have to do a damn thing for it. It's antithetical to the merit system of work hard and get paid. And those people are the ones right now that are running around with their hair on fire because they never considered in their most fevered dreams that someday they might have to go out and compete for a real job in the real economy. And that's why they're fighting so hard. I'm telling you, it's going to get worse. The people that you see running around right now screaming on the internet, screaming on the news, all the politicians, this is just the beginning, you know. But again, I've said it once before, I'll repeat it. When they shut down the Keystone Pipeline on day one of the Biden presidency and told all those pipe fitters, welders, oil workers, all those people, fuck you, go learn how to code or find a new job. Where was NBC, CNN? Where were all of those people then? They didn't come out crying for nobody. You know why? Because those were fucking conservative red state workers. Those were Republicans. So it was fuck you. Go find it. Go fucking learn a new job somewhere else.
Pirate, there were a lot of union guys who were affected there.
Yep.
A lot of union guys were affected.
Now that it's them, now that it's the fucking Washington D.C. bunch, everybody's supposed to run around and be like, "Oh, we have to look out for each other." Ah, fuck you.
They say the average American works the first 3 or 4 months out of the year for Uncle Sam.
Yeah, that's generally accepted.
And the guys that work overtime, the more you make, the more they take. That would really be something if he did the no tax on Social Security. I think that would be a big one for him. Not that he's running again because he can't, but it'd sure be a notch in the belt.
Harry says, would you rather have the money or see perp walks? I'm like, it should be both. But for me, I'd rather see the perp walks. And the reason being, Terry, is that you need to set an example. And here's why. This will happen again. If you have any brains at all, you need to understand, Republican or Democrat, this will happen again. It'll just be different people getting the money. Maybe next time it'll be MAGA. Maybe the MAGA people take over, and I'm one of them. Maybe we take over. We become the big dominant party. We're in Washington for 12 years, and then we're like, now we're getting paid. And I don't want that either. I can't say this enough. I believe that it's on both sides. So I think if you had some arrests made and some perp walks and all that it would send a clear signal that it's not worth it. If you participate in this kind of stuff, you'll go to jail. But I think you could have them both, Terry. I think you could have the perp walks and see, I see three things. A trident approach, a three-pronged approach. Arrest people, send those people to jail, the ones who can prove had criminal activities. 2, claw back the money. If you can prove that the money or the house on the beach was bought with money that they stole from taxpayers, take all that back, seize the property, sell it at public auction, put the money back in the treasury. And then 3rd is stop doing it in the future. Stop the flow going forward. And so, yeah, claw back the money. Now, if you want to, the whole concept of giving taxpayers a rebate or a refund, it's nice to talk about. Everybody loves to think about getting something for, I don't want to say free, it was your money they're giving back to you, but it'd be like a windfall. For most people, their family finances don't have a line item in it that says someday I'm going to get some money back from my government. So that would be nice to think about. But I would, my concern is that's money gone. Most people, it's water under the bridge. So if you never see your great magical Musk refund of $5 or $8 grand, it's not like your life is hurt. You know, you're not negatively impacted by that. What you are positively impacted is if they stop. If they came to you, Terry, and said, "Yeah, we're gonna reduce taxes now. We found so much waste that we've decided the government can run on far less money. And if it can run on far less money, that means they have to take less. That means Mrs. Pirate and I get to say, let's just say I pay $30,000 a year in taxes. Well, if they cut my taxes in half and it drops to 15, that's a new car every 2 years. I mean, a nice little Honda Accord or something is like 30 grand now. So, I mean, it's like I go for everything, all things being equal in my life. Nothing changes. I don't have to go out and buy or build any more rentals. I don't have to flip houses. Everything stays the same. But my family can buy a brand new vehicle every 2 years on money that is already in my pipeline. But just instead of it going to the government, it stays with me. I think that would be a huge win. You'd see that would translate into the economy, lifestyles would increase, and the government would still be funded. See, that's my point. I've never been one of these guys that said we shouldn't fund our government. I was in the military, for Christ's sake. I understand that there's things that if you want in your country, if you want the United States Coast Guard, if your husband and your son's out fishing and a storm capsizes their boat and they drift out in the middle of Gulf America, if you want the Coast Guard to go out there with a $30 million helicopter and bring your loved ones home, somebody got to pay for that. I got no problems with that. But my thing is, with 300 million citizens, everyone should just be able to pay a little bit, and we should be able to fund what I call essential services. And like the Coast Guard would be an essential services. The problem is the system has become bloated. Instead of just paying for essential services, the Army, the Navy, the Coast Guard, interstates, all of the things, not just military, all of the things that we need, it's become so giant and bloated that they're taking way too much money from the working man. And then working man's life suffers as a course of that. So I would argue that what they need to do is just trim the fat, and not just trim the fat, like cut it in half. Break Nation says, he's at the age of 37. I won't be getting Social Security. That's not true, Break Nation. You're wrong on that. That's not how we do things in America. And the Republicans and the Democrats alike won't do that. And there's no need to do that. So go easy on the old, I'm not going to get my Social Security. People would burn Washington down. But what could happen was that they could say, and this is what I would support. They need to say, Congress is going to meet, they're going to pass a law, they're going to change it, and then after a certain date, so it's a grandfathered in. If you're alive today, if you're working today, if you're paying into Social Security today, the system will still be there for you. But let's just say after January 1st of this year, any new babies that are born, they're out. They're not part of the system anymore. Now, if you want to have a new system in place or a system that's changed, whatever. But I'm just saying, as of that date, so how could somebody who's never been born complain about being cheated? So that's the way they could do it. And the country would win. Because people die. You know, I'm 59 years old. If I draw Social Security for 20 years, that's fine. I die off. I'm off of the rolls forever. So the way that you would go about it, and intelligent people would go about it, you don't just go in one day and say, yeah, we're doing away with Social Security. It would never happen. That's more of that silly shit they talk about on the internet. What would be far likely to happen, and we would be lucky, it would be better for the country if it happened. I would argue that those babies that were born, they'd be better off. Let them take their money and invest it as they see fit. Maybe you could set up a program that says, listen, if you invest your own money into like a 401k, it can be tax-free, it can reduce your income taxes. You're not allowed to touch it, just like now. You're not allowed to touch it until you retire. But the difference being is that in a 401k, you'd have the benefit of the account growing. But my point is, you could start the new system that's for people who haven't been born yet. So if your baby is born the day before the law kicks in, then he'll be part of the old system. So it's not, you don't have to go to Washington and say, well, we're going to fuck over everybody who's 40 years old. It's nonsense. You can, because you got to start thinking in terms of multi-generation, not just works for today. So you don't need to cheat anybody. Somebody who's paid into Social Security, they'll get their Social Security. But what you can do is say, we're not doing this anymore. It's broken. But because you fix a broken system doesn't mean you sit all over the people who are in it. So I would just rest easy about not getting your Social Security. I don't think that's ever going to happen. That's more that fear mongering that they shove down people. The Donkey Kong put a thing in there that says means testing. I'm against means testing, Donkey Kong, and I'll tell you why. Well, let me start by saying this. Don't act like you're giving me something when you give me my Social Security money. That was my money to begin with. See, if I go out and drive a UPS truck like UPS driver, and I earn that money, and then you take part of it away, ostensibly for my, I'm doing air quotes, my future retirement, you're not giving me anything. You're just acting like my fucking dad, like you're saving for me, like you're not smart enough to save for yourself, so I'll save a little bit for you. So that's all fine and good. We can argue about whether that's your role or not, but let's dispense with this whole idea that Social Security is a gift from somebody. You don't take something from me on Monday and then give it back to me on Friday and tell me it's a gift from you. Every single fucking dollar that comes out of Social Security was money that I had in my hand at one time. Starting from the age of about well, I guess when they started taking Social Security out, I was probably 18. So for 40 years, they have taken a part of my paychecks and put it in a jar. We're going to save this for you, pirate. You're not smart enough to do it for yourself. We'll do it for you. We're your daddy. You know, and then when you give it to me when I'm 62, you act like it's some sort of a fucking gift. What am I supposed to thank you? You know. The counter argument that people make about Social Security is that there's a whole bunch of losers and dumbasses. Stand by, I got to put myself on mute for a moment. Some guy delivered all the plywood to put down in my driveway for them to put the sand on. They wanted to know where to stack it. I apologize for the interruption. But yeah, the counter argument is that there are people, the dumbasses, the drunks, the losers, the job hoppers, the guy who's perpetually unemployed. He'll find himself 62 years old with not a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out, because he just made one fucked up decision after another his whole life. So then the whole argument comes down to, you have to take care of the elderly in America. I've always been sick of that shit. I'm like, fuck the elderly. They had their entire lives. If you're 62 years old and you have nothing, it's because you were a fuck up. Nobody likes to hear that, because it's all the feels, the emotion of, oh my God, I can't believe Pirate would say that. No, it's the fucking truth. What the fuck did you do from the day you walked out of high school? I get it. When you're in high school, you can't work. You got to go learn your ABCs. So until the day you turn 18, you finalize your education. You're an adult now. You're old enough to vote and everything else. You're 18 years old. Now you got the rest of your life to prepare for your old age, and you fuck all that away for 50 years. And then at the end, you look to somebody else and go, oh, you should feed me. I'm elderly and And my favorite was, I'm on a fixed income. I used to love it when I'd go to people's houses to bid work. And the first thing out of their fucking pie hole was that crybaby shit of, now sharpen your pencil, now give me a good deal, because I'm on a fixed income. I'm like, I could give a fuck less whether you're on a fixed income. What did you do with your whole fucking life? You know, you fucked away your whole life getting high and laying around the house finger banging your old lady. Now you're old, you don't have two nickels to rub together, and I'm supposed to come slave away in your fucking yard at a discount because you're on a fixed income? Fuck you. So I'm not real big on all of that. So I understand that there will be people who will find themselves 62 or 65 years old. They'll have, and then they want to say, well, how should you take care of me? Now, I don't know. I think maybe the answer to that, smarter people than me should have to decide. Maybe that's where, you know, the church has to kick in, or your local family, or something like that. But it's kind of that socialism, communism concept of somebody spends their entire life, they find themselves at the finish line, and they broke as a fucking joke, and now somebody else has to bail them out. I'm like, wait a minute. While you were fucking partying down for 50 years, and I was getting after it, you spent your life having a good time. I spent my life grinding away in the salt mines, and now we're at the finish line. You want to divvy up? It doesn't work that way. It's all about personal responsibility for me. Take ownership for it. You want to fuck off your entire working life? That's fine. But just get used to the taste of dry dog food when you're an old man. You guys stand by. I'll be right back.
Ooh. I'm back, fellas, ladies and gentlemen. A little winded. They sent some poor guy over from the pool company with like 25 sheets of plywood to cover my driveway so they don't scratch the cobblestone up, and they were free instead of me having to buy some. And they sent one guy to deliver them. The poor guy had to load them up on the job site where he was at. So he's already carried them. And he needed to carry those and stack them in the yard. And I felt guilty leaving him out there by himself. So I took my fat ass out there and helped him. Yep. Yeah, it'll suck the stipend itself out. Donkey Kong says Cinemark announced they'll be giving a dividend, but the stock dumped 14%. That's crazy. You want to go outside with Mom? Help her. too bad we don't have our squeeze money before my pool's finished. It'd be nice if I could commission an artist to make me like a giant ape made out of bronze or brass or whatever, which is a giant sculpture of an ape. And then he could have his tallywhacker hanging out and like have him peeing into the pool like a water feature instead of like a sprinkler. Or they have all sorts of little aerator devices that squirt water in a little stream and make it look like he's relieving himself into the pool. I think that would look quite elegant. Big 6-foot gorilla taking a squirt into the pool. All the neighbors would be so jealous. That would be too big, Donkey Kong. He said his tallywhacker could be a diving board. Yeah, I would want it to be to scale. I would want the ape to be like real life size. I don't know how tall a silverback is. I imagine if he stands up, he's probably 8 foot tall or something. But I would prefer to, scale. snuck outside real quick and snapped a couple pictures for you kind folks. Mrs. Pirate went out and turned the pump back on this morning. We had the pool pumped out last night, but the rain put another 2 feet in it. She went out and pumped it out again, and I took the liberty of taking a few photos. Let's see if I had no idea that when I started removal of the tile, the coping blocks that were around the edges, you'll see in the pictures, some of them had fallen in. I had no idea that that many fell in the water. So I got a few chunks of concrete to clean up from inside. Let's see what we got here. Send these to, I guess, put them in KC's Discord. That's not where we're at. That's where we're at. Preacher's probably with the kids right now, but when he gets back, I'll see if he can share those with the class.
Let the dancing begin.
Young says a mayonnaise dispenser that looks like Kenny's head. That's just gross, man. Good morning, Gray Leaf. Good to see you. Thank you, love.
Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Had the pool cleaned out, but 12 hours of rain last night. Jesse put another 2 feet in it, so Mom had to pump it out again this morning. Yeah, it will.
That's some sideways trading for AMC.
Once you get settled in there, preacher, I sent you, put a couple pictures in KC's Discord if you want to share those with the rest of the class. That's what a swimming pool looks like if you don't put any chemicals in it for about 6 months and let the rainwater just land there.
In which channel? Because I'm looked in the bubble, but I just see a crashed car from Yaka. I don't know if that's his, but
KC's Discord general. I didn't think to put it in the bubble here. I should have. My default is just whoever's Discord ran. I usually use the general.
And you added it today, or?
Do what, buddy?
You added it today or earlier?
Just now, like 5 minutes ago. I put about 3 pictures into the pool. We pumped all the water out.
I don't see it in our general, like in Casey's general.
KC's General.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I wonder if I accidentally sent it to his DMs.
Maybe.
Oh, that's what it is. I sent it to his DMs. My bad. Let me send it again. It's just 2 others, man. Actually, it's just 1. It must have been because KC was the last person I talked to in the DM, so it popped up. I need to pay closer attention to that shit. Yeah, KC's General. There we go. My bad. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Pretty nasty stuff, ain't it? It's gonna be slimy, man. Get down in that slimy shit with the frogs.
I mean, if it's a construction site, basically, so it's not gonna stay clean.
Those big rocks that was part of the coping that went around the edges. And I guess when I was going about my business, some of them fell in the water, and because the water was so murky, I couldn't see them down there. I had no idea that there was a dozen stones laying in the bottom of it. Yeah. So obviously I got to pick those out first, but I'm going to get down in there with a sawzall and cut the whole bottom out of it. Because if you take the walls down first, the sand will cave in, and then it covers up the fiberglass. So then I'd have to shovel the sand out of the way to get to it. So this is where you got to kind of be ahead of the game. You got to move your chess pieces properly. So I'll cut the floor at the bottom out first. Then as I go about cutting the walls down, when the sand caves in, I won't be covering up my own work. No. Yeah. I'm quickly approaching the part, I've just sent a DM to KC. I'm just quickly approaching the part where my role in this is done. I'm eager for that to happen because I'm just about spent.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You can see I've still got some of that old tile to take up. I've left those down right now because it's easier to walk on that tile than it is to walk on that sand. So I've been holding off. That's my egress in the top left-hand part of that corner. You see the plywood laying across the ditch. So I kind of held off as long as I could, pulling up those tiles. Oh man, I wish you'd have sent me that in the DM. Donkey Kong said I could have been out there with a Speedo. Yeah, I should have put on a Speedo, my banana hammock. Got me like a little an inner tube and a rubber ducky, and I could have had Mrs. Pirate take my picture in the bottom of that swamp. That might have been good for a few laughs. Too late now.
You're willing to shave off the beard and paint yourself green. You might look like a Shrek, you know, in there. Take a picture.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I could do the Shrek thing. Yeah, that would have been cool, man. Worst part is that damn fiberglass, man. I call it the itchy bitchy. It's like working in an attic with fiberglass insulation. I don't give a shit if you wear a long sleeve shirt, gloves, whatever. That fiberglass still ends up in your arms, your wrist, the crook of your elbow. Take yourself a nice shower at the end of the day, get all cleaned up, have supper, and you find yourself sitting there like, why are my arms scratching, itchy so bad? It's like damn fiberglass.
Mm.
What that fiberglass, they had a spa tub, like a big hot tub that was on top of the waterfall. And we sawed that up. I cut them up in like big 6 foot by 6 foot chunks. Just, you know, you don't want to cut any more than you have to, but you don't want to make them so big that you can't carry them. And I thought it went pretty well. I'm like, this ain't so bad. This ain't so hateful. I mean, I cut up some sailboats and shit in the past, but I didn't realize that the swimming pool is like literally 3 times as thick as that spa was. And it makes sense. It has so much more water and so much more weight. So, but when I get ready to get some cutting done, I'll take you a picture. But I was a little bit intimidated by that. I'm like, ooh, that shit's pretty thick. It's going to take a little while to cut through that.
Yeah.
And he said he blew enough fiberglass insulation out of his nose to insulate a small house. My brother worked for about a year or two for an insulation company, and I didn't realize this, but he had a black light. He would turn the light off in his bathroom, turn a black light on, like you'd have, you know, for the day glow posters and all that kind of stuff. But the fiberglass was like effervescent, or whatever they call it, fluorescent. It gave off like a fluorescent glow, and he could sit with tweezers and pick them out of them like you would splinters. I don't know if it's the current, if the products they sell today glows like that or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Pirate just brought me a fine sandwich for lunch, and I feel like I owe her a little something. So I'm going to go outside and do a little demolition work. Take my lunch break from you guys. So I usually work about 15 minutes before I get so winded I'm ready to have a heart attack and pass out. So I'll see you in a little bit. I'll be back as quickly as I run out of energy.
See you soon, Pirate. Take care.
Yeah. Yeah. Boo. Boo. She gon' bust it. She gon' rush it. She gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She open up. You go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt. You better go for help. Shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole all the way down that choking sign gon' make me.
Hey guys, I was checking for some things on the side. Greyleaf, I'm more than okay with you to stream on Friday. If you want, we can discuss also. I don't know if you want to trade or take Wednesdays somehow. Wednesdays usually are pretty busy with meetings for me, so if I were to choose one day to give, I would like wholeheartedly give Wednesday away, and of course can be any day. I don't need to stream at all if there's anybody else to do it. But yeah, if you're interested in Wednesdays as well, let me know and then we can work out on the rest. Sorry, guys. I know it's very quiet. I don't have pirate skills of basically, you know, I don't know, coming up with stories from my life. I'm not really good at that, especially talking about myself. And I'm also trying to figure out some things on my end. And one of the brokers, they're apparently requesting for some documents that I've never heard about. So doing a bit of investigative work. Ten mo puțin.
You be like, why she got it like all of your poses? Why you in the posing with them hoes? And I be like, why you in there going through my phone? Bitch, I told you take your ass home. And you be like, that ain't none of my business. That ain't none of my biz, and I be like, go, 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 do it then. Go do it. I'ma let you go, 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 do it then. Go do it. I'ma let you stress yourself out. Move on to the next, for the best out. This ain't no test, cause baby, if it was, you would have to confess that you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong.
Goddamn, I'm back, guys. Fucking ugly out there, man. More concrete. Looks like the goddamn concrete truck at the end of the job had, I don't know, half a load of concrete left, and they just filled in the hole next to the pool with it. They got to dig the hole, so some of that'll come out when they dig the hole. But the shit that's up against the pool, I got to jackhammer out before my saw will work. So I see a jackhammer back in my future. A little setback. But the shit that's up. What'd I miss? Anything exciting happen? Yeah, I'm back home. I'm in one piece, but they're a little wore out. All the pieces are here, but They're a long way from new. Walking around the edge of the perimeter of that pool, breaking up what appeared to be like
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away for a while. But yeah, a lot of nothing happening. I mean, GME is in the red. AMC is basically barcoding. I think we need to do something about me streaming. I need to hand over the baton. As whenever Papa Mac or Grayleaf are streaming, there's price movement, there's something happening in the market. Every time I stream, there's nothing. So I think we need to let the luckier apes take over. Harry, no to what? That NATO is now under globalist control. You don't agree with Pro-Jeweler? We have earnings date. What? Isn't the earnings on the 25th? Not Terry, I'm not planning to leave. Just, you know, not stream. I can always be in chat, I can be in Discord. Let me try to add Cinemark in here because it makes sense to. Is it CNK? Yeah. Makes sense to see what our competition is doing. I don't know, Grail, from what I remember, we had a good day when you were streaming, so yeah, so Papa Mac, you're gonna have that 25th, but I do expect we're gonna probably go up a bit on the 25th, and then we're gonna dump in the after hours once the earnings call happens. Same as always. Try to give an eye on X, see if we have. I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but my dog is snoring right behind my chair, and at one point he did like a sound something like that was I just saw that apparently there's been news. Elon Musk is considering sending every American $5,000 over Doge savings. That would be nice. After being, the US tax-paying people being robbed for so many years, at least to see some of those money back. But to be honest, the way I would do it is that I would try to make it proportionally to how much you paid in taxes. So you take the whole amount let's say you consider, okay, we saved this much, this is what we want to pay back, right? So let's say you have $10 million, and for the sake of the calculation, let's say you want to give money back to 1,000,000 people, right? So if you're going to do that, you're going to say, well, $10 million, a million people, $10 per person, right? But what if 10% of those people may be paid a lot more in taxes than the others? So maybe it would make sense to have it, proportionally to how much you paid. Because if one person paid $10 in taxes in the last year, but someone else paid, I don't know, 500,000, does it make sense for them to receive back the same amount of money? I don't know, just a thought. Something to keep words coming out of my mouth. Seems that Cinemark missed on their earnings, missed on the estimates, and went down, but AMC went down because of what? As always, makes no sense. I think I turned off my microphone earlier. Did you guys hear me saying about the AMC value, like the total assets value? Sorry about this, I just realized I was talking and I think I had my microphone turned off. Okay, so I found someone posted basically the balance sheet for AMC at the end of Q3 of last year. So on September 30th, it's gonna take me some time to find it back, but basically what it showed is that across all the assets that AMC has, it has just over $8.32 billion worth of assets, right? While the market cap that we see currently is 1.4 billion. So just with some quick maths, the market cap is 6 times smaller than the value of AMC, the actual value, like the balance sheet. So if those were to match, we would see a 6x in price on the stock market today, right? If we would be talking fundamentals of any kind. But yeah, if that doesn't tell you that we are completely manipulated, I don't know what does. Hey Brandon, welcome.
Good afternoon, preacher.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Going okay. Just ended my day, so how's your day?
Good. Still alive. Still kicking for now.
Yep.
You know, sometimes that's all you can do, and it's okay. It's enough.
It's gotta be. You don't have much of a choice.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit, I don't know. I don't think anybody listening in, especially that we just have a handful of people here, don't think anybody has any connection or anything like that with me in real life. So I don't think that's gonna affect anyone or give out any sensitive information. But yeah, I'm currently kind of preparing the project that I'm working on. The customer that we have is leaving for another service provider, basically, even though I think they're gonna regret it soon. But yeah, I'm basically preparing the end of contract for a lot of the guys that I have in my team, and myself included. So it's quite
So what happens
interesting.
after the contract?
Sorry?
What happens after your contract?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not like my contract is on undetermined period, but I think I'm gonna be, made redundant, let go, because we have 2 big customers leaving our hub in this next short period. so there's not enough jobs to go around for everyone. So you know, it's
So
it's a bit
I guess
strange.
you're looking now.
Sorry?
You got to be looking for a job now to be prepared.
Yeah, I am, but it's well, it's a difficult situation because I'm a foreigner in here, and let's say I've been working in management positions for the last few years, but it's always been because I promoted internally or I was recommended by someone else. If I go to a company, you know, like without knowing anyone and apply on a management position, so far nobody's even called me for an interview. In the first company that I've been in Poland, I wasn't a manager. But in the other 3 companies that I worked in Poland, in all of them, now that I think about it, in all of them, I was the first non-Polish manager in the whole company. I was always the reason why every management meeting had to switch from being in Polish only to English. So at one point I just stopped paying attention, but yeah, there's this thing that, you know, I don't think Polish people want to give, let's say, immigrants or expats or any whatever way you want to look at it, they don't want to give the good jobs, let's say. They could give it to a Polish person. So it's a bit of a tricky situation.
Well, that's your selling point now, right? There you go. You say every time you get an interview with a new company, you'd be like, I'm so good at what I do that the company was willing to hire a non-Polish person and make amends so that all our meetings were in English because I was worth that much to the company.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't get invited to any interview, how do you get a chance to tell them this? That's the thing. I'm applying for jobs and nobody's reaching out. Sorry, I missed that last part.
I was just saying, like, you're right. Like, you know, like if you don't have a network connection to at least get the conversation started, then it's very difficult.
Yeah, like I'm probably gonna get closer to, well, when I get closer to that happening, or at least when I have a confirmation, I'm gonna start reaching out to all my contacts and everything. But for now, you know, there's a possibility for some small severance pay or whatever. So if they're really gonna have to let me go, at least I wanna take some money out of it, and then I'm gonna step it into overdrive. You know, if I can get some nice money to put into AMC, and then if God's willing, find a job, you know, a month or 2 after that's kind of a win-win, because I have a bit of a bag to, you know, to get more shares, maybe even go for a vacation for once or something. So that's why I don't want to, let's say, reach out to everyone I know right now, because on one side maybe they will find something for me internally, and even if not, there's a chance I might get some money at the end of it.
So what you're saying is you're preparing mentally for what could happen, but you want to wait to see what actually does.
Yeah. Look, I've been through enough shitty situations in my life where a lot of other people were really stressed, where, you know, it's always turned out fine. I've always survived it. Even if it sucked for a while, it was always okay in the end. So at this point, it's like, why do I stress myself when every time I was stressing it, after the situation passed, I was like, why did I stress? Like, there was no gain, there was nothing to worry about, everything worked out in the end. And so, you know, at this point, it gets to me from time to time. I can't say I'm fully passive and I don't care, but like, I am trying to kind of keep like cool, calm, collected, basically. But it's just you know, it's a first trying to basically managing the end of my current job and everybody else's at the same time.
You and I.
Sounds like we all need that MOAS more now than ever.
Oh yeah, that would be like... That would be a godsend. And thanks, Papa Mac, for the invite. I don't know if I could manage working in US. You know. I never really traveled for holiday or anything like that, but I did get used to having, you know, vacation days. If I was sick, I was just, you know, going on a sick leave without worrying that I need approval or anything like that. So I don't know if I could adjust to the regime of working in US, and also I'm just too afraid of the medical system there. If I get sick or anything, I'm getting financially crippled for life, so that's not really something I'm looking forward to.
Well, when people can't afford their medical bills here, they just claim bankruptcy, and then they don't owe anything.
For my vacation, I don't know, Papa, because at this point, you know, it's probably tinfoil hat, but I have this feeling that if I ever step foot in US, I'm not making it back out. Because I was...
I'll tell you what, it's a very diverse country as far as geography.
Oh yeah, that I noticed. It's an amazing place. I mean, if you have the time and money to travel it's worth seeing, I'm sure. Papa Max got jokes. If you're a non-citizen, everything is free from what I can tell. I think that ended a month ago. Papa Mac, I think I missed it. That golden era of everything being free for foreigners. And actually, I think even before that, I remember seeing people posting like they were, you know, they wanted to go into US with a visa, you know, to work, like highly educated people, and they weren't getting the approval. So I think it only applied to a certain type of people, let's say. And as we've seen, you know, the Democrats were trying to use those people to just get some free, easy votes from them. They were trying to push it so that they could vote. So, you know, if they would have allowed a lot of, you know, I don't want to make it sound as if US doesn't have a lot of intelligent people, but if they would have let in, you know, people with studies, with degrees, with very good careers behind them in there, those people probably wouldn't have gone in and voted Democrat, right? They would go in and use their common sense and vote for what would make their lives better as well, not destroy their lives and their children's lives. So the previous administration, I don't think they would have. I think that's why they didn't allow the more educated and hardworking people to come in. I don't know if that's enough of a trigger to get Pirate to unmute himself. I don't know if probably he's not around.
Back, man.
Oh my God.
You think I'd leave you hanging for Power Hour? I wouldn't do that, man. I wouldn't do that. I'm sending you some pictures right now, man. You guys are gonna be proud of the work that me and Team Pirate put in today. I got you some pictures to share with my friends.
Go Team Pirate.
And then I got something that'll guarantee to make you smile. The very last picture, obviously the first few are pictures of the work that we did today, getting hopefully the last of the concrete. I keep saying it, but every time I say that, I find more, so that I can cut that fiberglass swimming pool up But the last picture that I have for the class is my question to you guys is, if you think you're successful, just ask yourself, do you have a barbecue grill in your master bedroom? Because I do.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's like,
something. If you think you can step to pirate, if you think you want to be on par with me, just ask yourself, do you have a barbecue grill in your master bedroom? That's all I want to know.
But it's like, are you using it there, or you're just storing it over the winter?
Yeah, man. After love and time, who doesn't like a little grilled steak after kissy fit time? I mean, that's how I roll here, man. I mean, I don't know how you guys do it in Poland, but when we get down here and on the workbench is what I call my marital bed, is the workbench, then it's necessary to have some. You got to be able to at least grill up some sausages or some pork chops or something.
Those are some pretty big concrete slabs, huh? That edge.
Those are the pieces that went around the edge.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see
if you look at
the shape. They're like, you can see the curves matching the. Yeah.
I can't find the live stream. What's up? Oh, there it is.
We've been taken down. I was talking.
Yeah, what sucked was I didn't have a jackhammer any longer. So what we had to do is we had to use a spud bar and try to get underneath it and pry, and then it would crack. So you had to get something as a fulcrum. It was fucking brutal. But we got about 80% of it done. I'll have to finish it tomorrow. I wanted to come hang out with you guys for the power hour. If you're
go ahead.
Yeah, but the whole point of the barbecue grill was everything has to leave that area because everything's got to go. Flower pots, everything. And that barbecue grill was brand new, and I have no place to put it. My garage is fucking just swamped, and I should have took a picture for you, but my back door to my master bedroom is right there. So you can come out of my master bedroom and have yourself a little midnight swim without going through the house. And I just told the wife, I opened that door. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to put that barbecue grill in my bedroom." She started laughing because for one, there was no place else to put it. We're just out of space to hide shit. I'm moving stuff everywhere. So I thought you guys would get a kick out of it.
Nice.
I took the iPad back there. My son's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I got to show my friends that I got a barbecue grill in my bedroom." They're going to say, "That son of a bitch just lost his mind."
If you can open these windows, and if you can get a makeshift, like a cover that will direct the air from the hot air coming from the barbecue outside.
You want to set the smoke alarms off. Yeah.
So if you make like kind of a makeshift roof that would push the smoke out the window, you can make yourself a grill in there. Like, that would be something.
Well, to give you a reference, if you were to open, those are called plantation shutters. If you open those plantation shutters up, the swimming pool's right there. You're looking out over the water and everything. And nice. I failed you. I should have opened them up so you could see. But I just thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
Mrs. Pirate, she's like, I was going to move a concrete planters. I got this. I'm looking at one picture there, the one on top. You see those concrete planters? Those things weigh like 300 to 400 pounds with no plants in them.
Oh yeah.
And I got to move those too. So I was going to take a refrigerator dolly and put them in my bedroom. Yeah, that top picture there at the very top, right under the orange kayak on the left. Yeah, those you can see Sandy standing there. There's some monster plant. And I told her, I said, "I'm going to take a refrigerator dolly and move those in the bedroom." And she's like, "No, you're not." Now I'll put my foot. That's the end of it. You're not putting anything else because the floors in my bedroom are made out of, I don't know, some fancy schmancy wood. But she's like, "You're going to fuck those floors up."
That would damage it.
What I miss, man. I hate having to work while you guys are having fun. It's bullshit. I don't know how you guys do it every day.
Fun. I was just like, I was away for a bit, and when I came, I'm just talking to myself, and I was on mute part of the time because nobody, like, I was. Yeah. But yeah, no, just looking at if there was any news or anything like that. So, looking at the balance sheet of AMC,
What are we at? I don't even have a chart up. My charts, if I don't move my mouse around, my charts disappear. What's AMC trading at? Help a brother out.
56 currently.
Oh, okay. Nothing changed.
GME at 26, 22. I'm waiting for the threes, or at least the low threes, to try to buy some more. But yeah. there's a very, very small chance that I'll get my paycheck on Friday. But if not, probably it's going to be Monday or Tuesday, so.
Much left. You know, I'm 59 and I can give her hell for an hour or two. There was a time when
We lost you, Pirate. I don't know if you what happened there. Okay, so maybe he just stepped away, but so I think I was muted also earlier because I was mentioning about like on the case of FTX. Someone posted some documentation from the case against FTX, and there's a document in there
really
that shows an agreement that FTX had with Citadel. They had 2 confidential agreements, and with Virtue they had 2 lines of credit agreements. So
really
that
isn't that interesting?
That kind of tells, like, that's, well, it doesn't tell me because it's fucking obvious, but it's confirmation that most likely there's still a lot of tokenized AMC and GME shares out there.
You bet your ass. You bet your ass there is. They're not there just because they have nothing better to do.
Yep. I do hope this Doge SE is gonna do something about it and shake some of those fuckers out of their chairs, and I don't know. I just, just hoping at this point. I am pretty relatively convinced that there will be either Trump or someone will try to control the squeeze. There's no way they can allow it to run to where it can run, because it's an infinity squeeze basically at this point after so many years of naked shorting with who knows how many fucking floats they naked shorted. If they need to close all those positions, it's basically the apes are gonna be the richest people in the history of humanity and stuff like that.
I hope so, man, because I broke a wooden shovel today. I got some tools I need to replace. I'm running short on cash. So.
Well, I mean, I get you, but maybe you need to just replace it, because I saw in those pictures in 2 of the 3 pictures with the pool, Miss Pirate seems to be enjoying that wheelbarrow of yours. So.
Mexican, it's not a wheelbarrow, that's a Mexican dump truck.
Yeah. So maybe maybe you need to get some new tools in there.
Yeah, we had a nice thing down. We'd bust them loose. Some of the pieces were too big, so Jesse would get on one end, I'd get on the other. We'd pick them up. We'd take like one piece at a time, and then they would wheelbarrow them around the front. And I've got my dump trailer out there. I'll get you a picture of that. It's got, I don't know, it must have 4 tons of concrete on it by now. And just throw them up one piece at a time. Of course, once you get them up in there, the tailgate gets full, so you got to get up in the dump truck and scooch it all forward. Otherwise, you have to raise it way up over the side. So if you want to be able to keep loading it from the back, eventually you got to get up in there and scoot your load forward. So you got to handle the same rock like 4 fucking times. Whitey says, if I only receive $1 every time Pirate says he's 59. I'm sorry, Whitey. I won't say it no more.
You need to start saying I'm almost 60. No more 59.
Well, I mean, some of the people haven't heard my stories, Whitey. Then, so if they don't know who I am and they think I'm a 19-year-old guy, it steals some of my thunder. It's important for my story that a new person understands the context. But hey, look, man, I don't want to offend you, Whitey. So God forbid I do something you don't like. So I'll change for you, Whitey. It's important that I make you happy. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part with chat. You don't really know in what spirit he wrote that. So,
Yeah. Well, there's only two ways to take it. His implication is I say it too many times. So he can put LOL behind it if he wants, but the little prick's taking a shot at me. All I can tell you, Whitey, is that I could grab you by the throat with one hand and pick you up and choke you until you pass out. And I'll bet you're probably half my age. So just consider that. And yeah, I'll tell every fucking time I speak now, I'm going to start with I'm 59. You done pissed me off now, Whitey. So every story I tell, every sentence I speak, it's going to be I'm 59 years old, and let me tell you what I have to say right now. He says, I'm honored. I think he meant I'm honored.
That kind of tells me that he might not be an English-speaking native. So
yeah, I think he's Vietnamese. He's all right. That's Ven. I know who it is. It's fucking Ven. Important for my storytelling. It's important for my storytelling, Whitey. It's one thing for a guy that's 23 years old to work his ass off in the fucking hot sun. But I get far more credit to do it at my age.
Well, and also for someone to
complain.
And
I want my fucking credit. I want my credit, motherfucker.
For someone to complain about, something that they don't like about what you're saying, well, come in here and talk a few hours a day and you'll be perfect.
Thank you, preacher. That's exactly the same thing. I'm like, every time, whether they're joking or not, anytime somebody, even if they think they're taking a shot at me, even if it's made in jest and it has anything to do with my storytelling or the way I'm talking about it, I immediately get pissy because I'm like, God damn, dude, that's like making fun of a guy that plays a guitar for you and saying, your D flat sucks. Your guitar's out of tune. It may be a little bit of a culture difference too. I'll cut him some slack because I think Ben's okay. But different cultures view things differently. But yeah. I'll bet my wife works harder than Whitey does. She's 5'2". She's my age, and I'll bet you she could work him into the ground.
Don't take this the wrong way, Pirate, but she has some legs on her. Like those are not legs that just sit on a couch and.
No.
Oh.
Donkey Kong knows me. He's like, I think the work is good for your engine's all warm. Oh yeah, Donkey Kong. When you get out there and get on that sledgehammer and those breaker bars and start humping on them rocks and all that shit, that wheelbarrow, about 2 hours into that, you get all your muscles are nice and hot, and it's the wrong time to step up to a guy. You get tuned up real quick. Whitey says, I try not to work hard in life. Well, there you go. If you're one of those lucky few, Whitey, if you're one of those lucky few that's really smart, if you're like that genius level dude where you can move the pieces on the chessboard of life and you can make achievements, real achievements now, real progress, and you can do it without breaking a sweat, then I tip my hat to you. But just remember, that doesn't make you better than the guy that does make his money with sweat.
The thing is, for me, the best type of person is that one that can do the hard work and has the brain to do the profitable work, or the work that gets paid good. But if he's in a pinch, he can get himself out of it. Because you can have a lot of smart guys out there.
Let me ask you this, Whitey. You say you try not to work hard in life. Those pictures I just showed you, that's $20,000 my way. Not $2,000, $20K my way. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think I have the money? Do you think I can afford that or not? Do you think I'm out there doing that shit because I'm short of cash? I hope you don't have that impression of Pirate, because Pirate's got it like that. Mrs. Pirate can pick up the phone and that shit will be done and I can pay for it. So, you know, it's one thing for somebody to do it because they ain't got the coin. It just makes my legend. See, I'm telling you, I'm a fucking legend, man. Not only do I have the money to pay for it, but I'm like, fuck that. I'll do it myself for 20 grand. Yeah. So, yeah, you keep up with that. I try not to work hard in life and I'll do things my way. Yeah. He's like, damn, I wish I hadn't said anything now. Oh, that's funny as shit. Donkey Kong said he can't be that damn smart if he's hanging out with us.
yeah. I saw that. That was fun.
That's beautiful, man. Oh. He says, I just need money, no need for superficial achievements. Well, what's a superficial achievement, Whitey? I can see Whitey's not going to back down on this shit. Him and I's going to get out. That's fine. I got my sword out right now. I can't put my sword away till it's got blood on the blade anyhow. What do you think is a superficial achievement, Whitey?
He doesn't need the
Break Nation works. Thank you, Break Nation. Break Nation says, I respect that. Thank you, sir. That's why I spent fucking 2 days putting an alternator on my 20-year-old truck. Don't think for a minute I can't have any truck that they make. Anything they make I can afford. But that's not the point. I take it as a badge of courage that I drive a 20-year-old truck, and then when it breaks, I won't even pay nobody to fix that. I'll fix that motherfucker myself. That's why I'm where I'm at. Trying to set an example out there. If there's one person who hears my stories and he thinks that maybe he might like to emulate that, if his life is better going forward, then my time isn't wasted with you bunch of fucking losers. Break Nation says, I just booked my trip to AMC to see the monkey on Saturday or Sunday. Yeah. I get pissy when I'm working too, Preacher. I don't know how you are, but I get pissy and kind of grumpy and fucking, you know. Mrs. Pirate, it took her years to figure it all out because, you know, she's real big on please and thank you and would you pass me the shovel, please? You know, and I'm like, give me that goddamn hammer, you know. And she's like, you know, why do you got to talk to him like that? Like, it's a fucking construction site. We're not having tea and crumpets. So it took her a long time to understand that there was no offense given or meant towards the other men. It's just the way men are sometimes. I mean, I worked with hard men most of my life. And nobody got offended. Nobody got pissed. We were all pulling together as a team, rowing the boat in the same direction. And if from time to time men barked at one another, it really wasn't taken personal.
Mm-hmm. For me, it depends on the job. Like if I'm working on something, I don't know, fixing something on the car or something where there's like, I can't get to a screw. There's a, you know, a situation where it's just annoying to work on it or it's something's not coming loose. Then I'm getting pissed. But if it's something that I can do, even though it's hard, if it's, you know, just everything goes the way you expect it, then I'm okay. Usually people are surprised how calm I can be when working. So my father-in-law, for example, he's like you, getting really angry. If something doesn't go perfect, he's like cursing and stuff.
That's me. That's me.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll launch a tool. I'll throw a 5-pound hammer across the fucking room. I mean, that's I own it, man. It's a character flaw. It's not something to be proud of. I wish I could change it, but it is what it is, you know. But I can tell you, at the end of the day, I get shit done, and that's what counts. Yeah, I was taking that alternator off my truck the other day. The bolts, there's only 3 bolts that hold it on. Easy access right on top. I mean, nothing, easy. Open the hood or right there. But I put a regular old ratchet on it and a 4-point socket. And as hard as I pulled on that, and I'm 59 years old. It's important that I remind you that I'm 59 years old, but I still have some arm strength.
Wait, how old
I couldn't break those fucking, I couldn't break those bolts loose, Preacher. I couldn't, even at 59. You know what I did is I just went back in my toolbox and I got a breaker bar that's about 3 feet long. And you're like, okay, now I got some leverage. And I'm like, now you're down to either you're going to break the bolt off or it's coming out. But either way, I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, one way or another, something's getting ready to give here. This bolt's not going to beat me. And then once I put a 3-foot breaker bar on it, you just pull it with one hand and it popped right loose. Yep. He says, you nicknamed me. That's not me. Oh, you must have been Break Nation Sports nicknamed him. Yeah.
God damn, what did GME do? Is it the Cinemark earnings that pushed GME down as well?
Down to 26.02 or something.
Below 26. We had the low of the day at 25.92 just a moment ago.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they got 20, but I don't know if my shit's refreshing or not. Auto refreshing. Fuck. Break Nation Sports didn't realize that was Vin, who's going by Whitey. He's done that for like 2 days now. Break Nation Sports. You're just now. Damn, Break Nation. He's not as smart as I thought he was either. He's just now figuring out who Whitey is.
I think Vin's pissed that you're first too much. You're his competition on the first message of the day.
Yeah, he'll just have to get over it. I even took the liberty of writing moon. I'll put boom, things like that. Normally I just put L because the letter L is the closest letter on my keyboard to the send button. And it gives me that microsecond that makes the difference. So if he couldn't beat me today, he's not going to beat me. Towards the end of the day, I didn't have any muscle. I was at complete muscle failure. But while I was already filthy, I took my flip flops off and I just got down. I left my socks on my stocking feet, so that I'd have at least some friction in that slime. But I got down in the pool and I shoveled all that slime and mud down to the deep end, and then I used a garden hose to rinse everything down. So I'll have to pump the pool out one more time. And but now we won't have to worry about all that slime while we're in there cutting all that fiberglass up. So we made a lot of progress today. I've got like a Hawaiian totem pole, like you'd see at a luau or something. They carve them out of palm trees, and we call him Mr. Pineapple Head because he's got his head is like a crown that he wears is carved as a pineapple. But it's something like you'd see like on Easter Island or in Hawaii. I'll take a picture of it one of these days and share it with you guys. But I got it for free. I gave the guy some palm trees that he used, and that was his source material. He sold these things to the tourists. And he's like, what do you want for these trees? I'm like, no, don't worry about it. You can have them. He's like, well, here, take one of these with you. And he gets like $300 for these carvings. I've had this thing for 30 years. We call him Mr. Pineapple Head. But he's out back, and I'm moving all this shit around. And I told Mr. Pirate, I said, I'm throwing Mr. Pineapple Head on the dump trailer. He's like, no, you can't do that. We've had him forever. I'm like, yeah, he's had a good run. It's time to get rid of him. He's like, no, the cats like to use him as a scratching post. I'm like, okay. So Mr. Potato Head, he don't realize, or Mr. Pineapple Head doesn't realize how close he came today, but he lived for another day. Mute my mic. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I can't stand it. I got to get you a picture of Mr. Pineapple Head.
Okay.
Or it took so long, I'd take the opportunity to refill my ice water while I was up. Moving your way, preach. Should be there any second. There you go. Done. I know you guys you wouldn't been able to sleep tonight if you didn't get to see what Mr. Pineapple Head looked like.
So, let me. Ooh, but that's a nice one.
Yeah, man. I'll bet you Whitey doesn't have a Hawaiian totem pole.
But he doesn't like to work hard, so can you blame him?
That's right, man. You can't. You know how you get Mr. Pineapple Head? You do something nice for the guy who carves them. Tell him these.
Yeah, no, that's a nice one. I wouldn't throw that. Pineapple forehead.
Yeah, I know. The big thing now is the pineapples are supposed to be like the whole. That's a signal that you're a swinger and you swap wives and all that shit.
Really?
I had that thing. I've had that thing for 30 years, and that was long before the pineapple thing didn't even come around. But yeah, he's got feet, man. He's got little knees. He's got his little hands on his knees.
Mm-hmm.
the guy that carved those, he's pretty talented, man. He carves all kinds of shit, bears and eagles and all kinds of shit, hardwoods, but he's got teeth. I think one of his teeth got knocked out. He fell over in a hurricane or something. That picture didn't really do him justice, but you get the idea. Yep. But anyhow, Mrs. Pirate, she didn't want to throw him away, so he's going to live for another day. Find him a home around the new pool when it's done.
Pirate.
Yeah, the guy, he has a chainsaw with a pointed tip on it, and he uses that like to do plunge cuts. That's how he did like the mouth and the teeth, the gap between the teeth and all that shit. He's a pretty talented dude. You get the reference. Ignition Support said, "Who we Eiffel Towering." I don't know what Eiffel Towering means. I guess that's some sort of street slang today. And I do not get the Brady Bunch. I watched the Brady Bunch, but I watched some of them, but I wasn't a huge fan of fucking Brady Bunch. I was more of Gilligan's Island guy.
I have no idea what that refers to. So,
there's a TV show in the 70s. So the Brady Bunch was a family.
Eiffel Towering.
Eiffel Towering, yeah. That reference is too obscure for me. I'm not one of the cool hip kids today. See that picture of Mr. Pineapple Head? If you notice there's a big planter pot. It had a banana tree in it, and the freeze got it, Preacher. It's didn't, so I'll have to replant that in the spring. But those things you see behind it, though, those are plastic. They're made out of plastic to serve as the walking part of a deck on the boat dock, and they're really expensive. I use lumber on my boat docks because the hurricanes take them away. But the hurricane blew down one from the commercial campground, and it had all that material on there, and a piece of it washed up on my beach. So my neighbor and I, we went down and we salvaged those expensive panels. And what they're good for is they're good for the steps. So when I build the steps for my dock that goes from the beach up to the dock itself, that stuff at high tide gets covered with water. So the lumber rots after about 2 years. So when I build the new steps, that I'm going to put that plastic material in the steps so that it'll be far more resilient and long lasting. But for it used to live, I had it hidden somewhere, but because of this construction, I had to move it. But if you're just curious what those panels are, that's what they're for. You can see on the edges of them, they have like little tabs where they interlock, and that's where the screws go down.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a few banana trees here as well. Well, actually, there's like 3 of them, but they're in one place. And what we do is basically we build a plywood box around them, and we fill it with this polyurethane, whatever. But you can buy the bubble one, like it's independent small bubbles, and you just fill it. It's like huge amounts of, like, I don't know how much, like, how big would it be in yards, but it's like
cubic meters.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, at least 2 meters by like 4 meters wide by like 3.5, 4 meters tall. It's like huge. Like there's so much. Like, once we'll need to empty that thing. So much will come out from that box. It's amazing.
We're right on the edge here because of northern Florida, and I not at this house, but at another house I planted some. It's easy to grow bananas trees, but they won't give bananas until they get a little bit bigger and mature. They need to be like 2 or 3 years old. So if you can get a 3-year run where you don't have a real bad freeze, even if it kills a few of the leaves, if the stalk of the tree doesn't die. And we got a stalk of bananas one year. In fact, Jesse, my oldest, was a little bitty boy. He was probably 3 years old, and I harvested, took a machete and cut the bananas down. They didn't quite get big enough to eat, but it was kind of cool because the stalk of bananas was as tall as him, and I took a picture of him. But normally what happens is you'll grow them. They look beautiful. They have big, lush leaves, real tropical looking, and of course they're great around the swimming pool area. But if you get a hard freeze, then the leaves turn brown, and you got to trim them back, and then you just have a stub sticking up until the following spring. Oh, I get it. They're saying the Eiffel Tower is basically a menage a trois, or a 3-way. Then you got a guy, I guess, laying on his back, and 2 girls. I guess if one's sitting on his waist and one's sitting on his head, and they do the high five, and it makes an Eiffel Tower. I get it. Yeah. I was pretty fortunate, man. Long before I was married, when I was a young man sowing my wild oats, every man should get at least one threesome, one menage a trois, and I had 2. I got double my fair share. I was fortunate enough to have 2 of those, but one, the one girl was butt fucking ugly. So I don't know if that's probably like, she only counted like as a half. Now the one I had, there were 2 hotties. That was the one that I liked. I think that's the one that counts. That's the one I'm entitled to. If every man's entitled to one. So, but the second one, I can't really get full credit for that one because the one girl she's ugly enough to scare the buzzards off a fucking sewer wagon. Hey, she had a good time though. We all had fun. So, but it counts. So, yeah. You got to laugh out of Terry, so that's worth something. Break News said no, it still counts. The one I had, they were really nice looking. Yeah, that's what I said. I had the first one I had, and I guess I get more credit than that because I was really young. I mean, I was like 19, and it was my girlfriend and her best friend, and we had 2 separate occasions. We got to pile up in a wad and have some fun. So I guess I got to buy one get one free on that with the pretty girls. But some years later, I had a different encounter with 2 other girls, and only one of them was really attractive. Like I said, the other one was she was lucky to be there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Twisty, it's kind of like extra. It wasn't. Papa Mac said the time lapse of yesterday's snowstorm will be the video playing along with the song of the day as the music track tomorrow morning. He's going all Boy Scout on us. I'm sharing stories about menage a trois from my younger years, and he had to jump in and try to clean everything up with his fucking snowstorm. We don't give a fuck about your snowstorm. Talking about sex, man. He's like, I know. That's why I'm trying to talk about. He's doing his best to try to clean it up. I respect him for that, though, man. He tries to keep. We start going off the rails when shit starts getting really out of control. Papa Mac does his level best to use his intellectual horsepower to get us to clean us up a little bit and not do it in a fashion that would look like he's being judgmental. So I respect him for that. He said the prayer meeting will be at 10 a.m. I know you like I know the back of my hand, Papa Mac. I knew what you were up to. Yeah. Break Nation said they're going to do humanoids. Humanoids don't count. Robots don't count. Sex dolls don't count. And while we're at it, hookers don't count. If you pay for a menage a trois, it's not a menage a trois. You're just paying hookers. Everybody's got to be voluntary, or it doesn't fucking count. There's rules, man. There are rules to this shit. You can look it up. You don't take my word for it. It's state law. Exactly, Break Nation. It's charitable, man. It's giving. I've said it many times, man. You know, anybody can climb up on a supermodel and go to work. It takes a stud to lay pipe on some of those, the less fortunate, shall we say, some of those who aren't necessarily genetically blessed. It takes a real man to get down on that. Shit. It ain't nothing special to climb up on Halle Berry and go to work. What's that say about a man? Big deal. Big deal. You serviced Halle Berry. Anybody can do that. You show somebody who can get up on a mud shark and go to town, that's a man that deserves respect. Reagan said, that's better than throwing a 10 spot in the offering bucket. Exactly, man. I mean, it's practically Mother Teresa. If you're a good looking dude, man, and you're willing to lay pipe on some of the fuglies, you're practically Mother Teresa. That's like the next thing to sainthood. Papa Max, he's looking for the banner. He's like, oh, the banner, play the banner. Somebody please play. What if she never has the opportunity to have another three? How do we know said ugly broad didn't pray? Exactly, man. That could have been hers. Like I said, everybody's entitled to one. That's like a rite of passage. You're young, you're sowing your wild oats, you're not cheating on anybody, you're not married, you don't have a significant other, you're just out trying to find your way in the world. And if the planets line up, it's like catching lightning in a bottle, and it happens for you. And everybody should be entitled to one of those. And so as you look, like I do, as you look back on it, you're happily married, you've got your family about you, and you're reminiscing of your young wild days, and you have these fond, wonderful memories. Everybody should be entitled to that, and they're included in that. Daniel Munson says, I cut my hand open today and then promptly spilt PVC primer on that. And if you guys don't know, PVC primer is like 90% fucking acetone. So it's like rubbing gasoline in an open cut. He says, so this is the conversation I didn't for my drive home. Pirates doing the Lord's work. Yeah. Break Nation says, how many Hail Marys for me? Shit. You're going to be busy tonight, man. He's going to give you like 10 Hail Marys. You're going to have to pray the rosary 4 times. I don't know much about Catholicism, but isn't the Hail Marys different than praying the rosary? Isn't the rosary like you got to hold each bead and you got to say a little prayer and then you go to the next bead? Is that how it works? Somebody in here that's Catholic is going to have to help me out. Beck We Love says menage a trois. one situation where three people are ripping each other off equally and simultaneously. No, I don't know where you got your definition of menage a trois tech, but that's not accurate, my friend. Oh, he said, this is the conversation I needed for my drive home. Yeah, I'm glad I can help out, Daniel. Take your mind off of your pain, help alleviate that burning sensation in your hand. I've been there, brother. I knew as soon as you said you cut your hand, I knew what you were going to say next before the words even come out of your mouth. I'm like, the guy either spilt glue or primer in his hand, but either one is like rubbing it's like rubbing gasoline in an open wound. It's like torturous. Yeah. AMC is at $3.58. Oh, it's bouncing around. They're trading at 4 decimal points. 358. We're down 3.24%. GameStop is at 26.06, down 3.5%.
Yep, last 3 minutes.
No, that's the thing, Break Nation. You say you don't have to worry about a burning sensation. That's the thing, some of those really smoking hot chicks, a lot of them, they're making the rounds, man. So you kind of rolling the dice if you raw dog one of those. But, if you get some of those girls who are a little more thirsty, as they say, I think the young kids call it thirsty today, where they don't have, they haven't had as much mileage put on them. Logic says you might stand to think they're a little cleaner, I guess. So you got that going for you.
I don't know, like I always did a lot. I tried to do my vetting before I got into anything, but I was lucky so far.
Yeah, that was me too. Yeah, that was me too. Yeah, I wanted to kind of know a little something about what I was getting into.
Yeah. So far, I'm really lucky. Nothing on the record.
Yeah. I got a real good dose of the crabs one time. I told that story on Casey's channel. I got a good dose of the crabs, and that was enough for me. That was a rite of passage too. You got to kind of go through it. You got to get the shampoo. You got to stand in the shower. You got to lather up your head. You're like, man, what the motherfuckers got on my eyelid? It was on the eyelashes, like the hair on my eyelash. One of them son of a bitches was there. And of course, your hairy armpits and all that. So I remember the name of this shit. It's been, 30, 40 years? Quell. Kwell. It was a Quell shampoo. Came in a little bottle. It looked like prescription shit. But you had to stand in the shower, wet down, soap up on all that shit. And then you had to stand there. I guess it's the same thing they treat lice with, head lice. You had to stand in the goddamn shower, and then I guess that's how it kills the lice and the eggs. But you couldn't rinse off right away, and you had to stand there, and I guess it was on 10 or 15 minutes. And then you had to rinse all that shit off.
This is same as me. Never got one as well. The thing is, as when I was a teenager in high school,
I had to wash them off.
I was actually in a youth organization, and one of the activities we were doing was to go from high school to high school and like teach sexual, like how to sexually protect yourself and things like this. Sexual education, yeah, that's the word. And the thing is, at the time I had, I think, over 1,000 condoms at my house. Like we were giving condoms left and right. It was so crazy. And probably you saw the videos of, when people put a condom on their head and blow it with your nose until it goes like crazy. That was an exercise we used to do to show people that were complaining that they rip. We would fill it up and it would get like crazy big sizes. Like, really? You're going to rip this thing?
Yeah.
Like, are you that big that you're going to rip this thing?
Bullshit. Yeah, you got to throw the bullshit flag.
But yeah, that's the end of the day. a lot of nothing happened in the market. AMC down 3.51% at 357. GME down 3.58% at 2601. So, yeah.
Jack Below says, if you haven't had the human papilloma virus, I think that's what HPV stands for, you're a gambler. Again, Tech, if you're not out, rolling the dice, this is an advantage of having a woman in your life. If you find a woman and you stay with her for 30 years, you don't have to worry about all that shit. Mm-hmm. Unless she's slipping around and getting some dick on the side and then comes home and you get, whatever, then you got another problem. You got bigger problems than getting, syphilis from your wife. You got a problem. You got a wife fucking around on you. If you find you a good woman and you have sex with the same woman for 30 years and you ain't fucking around and she's not fucking around, you ain't gambling anything.
Yep.
The diseases get spread from one person to another from having multiple partners. So, find you a good girl, a decent girl, and make a life with her. You don't have to worry about all that shit.
Okay, guys. So we're at the end of the market day, so I'm gonna play us our favorite song, at least my favorite song. And we're gonna
Hockey Puck song?
Yep. So here we go.
From sap to strength.
Or I'll be hanging out in Discord till probably 7 o'clock tonight. KC's or mine, probably mine. If I don't see you in the Discord, I'll see you funny people tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Papa Max streaming out on Friday.
Yep. Be tomorrow, Papa Max, and I'll be there first thing in the morning till my team pirate wakes up, and once the pool starts, then I'll be gone for a while. See you all tomorrow.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days, we fought this fight. With hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win.
And with that being said, thank you all for joining us. See you tomorrow on Papa Max stream. Have a good afternoon or good night, depending when you are, or good morning. And maybe go watch a movie, because that's